Hello and welcome to another stream of Tomb Raider: The Last Revelation to continue celebrating the game's 25th anniversary, doing a dual pistols only playthrough. There are parts of the game where you need to use a scoped weapon. You can't use a scope with the dual pistols, so it's either using the revolver or the crossbow. But these are things that aren't actually enemies that you need to shoot. They're objects that need to be shot in order to progress. In fact, coming up in this stream, there'll be one section where I need to use the crossbow with a scope to shoot these targets before the timer runs out, and you need to do it as part of progressing through the level. Those moments are an exception, but for all other parts of the game, I have to kill enemies using the dual pistols. This also means that when we come across the skeleton enemies, which we will come across in the first few levels of this stream, when we come across those, I won't be able to use what I normally do, which is the shotgun to knock them off the ledge, because the only way to kill them is to use your shotgun to knock them off, or to use explosive ammo with your weapons. And so that's going to be fun, especially because there's points where you need to get certain items, and there's skeletons that can jump around and interfere with you, attack you while you're trying to do other stuff. So it won't be like impossible. This challenge isn't really like a, oh my god, this challenge is going to take me years to get through. It's not that level of challenge. But it will be annoying trying to do certain things and potentially have the skeleton enemies knock me off the edge and kill me all the time. So there will be some frustrating parts. We're up to the Alexandria levels, and at the end of last stream, I showed the cutscene between Lara and Remy. I can't remember the guy's name. Renee. And showed that as kind of like this is to come in the story before ending the stream. And the save that I made was before that cutscene, so at the start of this stream, I'm going to be showing that same cutscene again. So with these moments in Alexandria, you have to backtrack and you have to go from one location to another. They're divided by loading screens and all this kind of stuff. You can actually go back every so often and speak to Rene, and he'll have some more dialogue with Lara. So in this playthrough, I'm going to make sure to come back to get all of those that I can, and include that in the playthrough as well. Hey there, Untitled. Yeah, I could have sworn you could do it on that one. But then again, sometimes it's very finicky. But I remember one time having to use the crouch one that you're talking about, because I didn't have any saves before a certain point where I had a glitch happen, where I got myself trapped in an area I couldn't get out of normally. But it's no big deal. But I could have sworn on that one it was possible.
Lara, you are alive. I feared for you. What's...
Von Croy has the amulet.
Ah, this is bad. But he doesn't yet have the armor. There is still time to prepare for set.
Jean, I'm tired. Give a girl a break.
My dear, when all this is over, you can retire. But now we must move swiftly. My men dive in the bay for remnants of Cleopatra's lost palaces.
Cleopatra?
Yes. She realized the armor's significance and had it brought here. Some was subsequently scattered, but...
And where would you recommend I start looking?
In the catacombs under Alexandria, my diggers have unearthed chambers connected to the Great Library. This would hold the true location of Cleopatra's palaces. We have yet to find a way in, but you...
Take me there.
There is a problem.
Von Croy.
Yes. His dig is expanding, crossing many of my own tunnels. Of course, my men would no longer work when Von Croy's thugs appeared on the scene.
Time to introduce myself to Werner's loyal workforce.
First, you must get into the catacombs. Von Croy has them completely sealed up, and I fear he will soon have the armor.
Over my dead body.
This I fear also. I shall wait here for news. Return if you feel I can help in any way. Good luck, Clara. I fear you may need it.
I make my own luck.
Same here, Untitled. It's going to be so good to play those remasters. I'm also looking forward to the issues in Chronicles being fixed, especially with the last few levels. Von Croy Industries is already my least favorite set of levels in that game. Not to mention the glitches that can happen in those levels too, which make it even worse. But hopefully they've sorted that glitch that happens with the water in the room, because it's just so frustrating. When you get to that room and you're like, oh great, it's already flooded. And you can't just reload a save. Like if you made a save right at the room before you went in, you can't reload that save and hope that it fixes the glitch, because it still keeps the glitch active. So you need to reload an earlier save. I don't know what the cutoff point is for where you need to make sure you save the closest to the spot where the glitch will actually activate. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that kind of stuff being fixed in the remaster of Chronicles. But it's great to see that they're doing the other three as well. Alright, so we have the scope, the laser sight.
No.
Don't have the crossbow yet, but that's the only weapon I'm allowed to use because of the targets that need to be hit using a scope weapon. Untitled, you feel the pain. You played Legend all the way through to get the achievements. The last one was in Lara's fucking house and bugged out and wouldn't reset. Oh no. That is really annoying too when that shit happens. It's like, come on, game, seriously? Think to yourself, couldn't it have happened doing something that wasn't important? Okay, so every so often we're going to go back and visit him to get new dialogue that happens. No need to use a health kit, because Lara will get all her health back through this loading screen. Untitled, at least the gold levels are getting released with the remasters. It was so difficult to find a way to play the Lost Artifact. Oh yeah, Untitled. They're actually content I've never played yet for the Tomb Raider games, is those expansions that they brought out. I wanted to do that next year when I do my annual playthroughs, actually, is play through the expansions of the Tomb Raider games before, like with the old school graphics, before I play them with the remastered graphics. Because when it comes to my annual playthroughs, with the remasters now, I'm only going to play through the games with the remastered graphics outside of annual playthroughs. But as tradition, I just want to keep the old school graphics for my annual runs of games. But when the remasters of 4, 5, and 6 come out next year, I'll be doing a playthrough of all of those with the remastered graphics. But I'll most likely showcase the old school graphics as I go through as well. Use photo mode to go through areas and switch between the two graphics as I go through with the camera and stuff. Hey there, Keone. How's it going? Welcome. Whoa, camera, what are you doing? Untitled, they're absolutely amazing. Tomb Raider 2 Gold and Tomb Raider... Oh, sorry, what's the... Lost Artifact. There we go. I haven't played them in years. That's really cool, though, that they're still available. Well, I mean, for 4, 5, and 6. Wasn't there... What was that thing with Chronicles? There was some exclusive mission or level, I should say. I never actually played that content either. Keone, going well? More Lara? Oh yeah. Glad to hear that you're going well, Keone. Definitely more Lara. It'll probably take me another stream, I think, to finish the game. But it's good to do another playthrough of it. Egyptian Adventure. Untitled level editor. There was one level released for this game. It was called the Times exclusive. Oh, that's right. It was for this game. Yeah, the one that I was thinking of was that Times exclusive one. But I thought for some reason it was... I know why I thought that. Because of the Timex thing. Because I think there was some kind of like promotional thing with the Timex company and Tomb Raider Chronicles. That's where I got the Times exclusive mixed up. So it was for this one. I wonder if they'll have that in the remaster. Thank you so much for the follow FS Untitled as well. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, because it was weird, because I remember at the time when I first played Chronicles, I was like, what's this Timex thing? Because I never actually had heard of it before as well. It's your heart. Untold, you remember when there was the Lucasade promo, and you wanted one thinking you never see it in Australia, but fuck me, you found a bottle, you were over the moon, tasted like shit, but anyway, oh, did it? Oh no. Yeah, that would have been annoying too, expecting it to hopefully taste good, but if it tasted crap, it's like, oh, you love this room, actually, the whole Egyptian adventure part. Yeah, it's quite funny, to have something like this as well, and to have that sort of like surprise mummy thing where it's a fake one, considering by this point Lara's already, and the player by extension, has already faced some actual real mummies as well, keep the player a bit on edge. But yeah, this whole sort of thing with the reflection and seeing that you've got the pits of spikes that will actually kill you. It's interesting to do that kind of trick. Damn, too close. Oh, that fucking light. That friggin' torch. Of course that would get in the way. There we go, that's better. Yeah, I'm totally good to do it at least once. Hey there, Calm. Ah, shit, it's Legion time. Absolutely. Welcome on in. Hope things are going well. Okay, so the crossbow, we've got different types of ammo. Normal ammo, poison ammo, and explosive ammo. So for this playthrough, when I need to use a scoped weapon, I can either use the crossbow or the revolver. In the case of the crossbow, I'm just going to have the normal ammo, because for this part here, you need to actually use a scoped weapon to shoot the targets to get an item that you need. So this is unavoidable. So I'll be able to actually use the laser sight for this part and use a weapon that's not the pistols. Just gotta remember now which buttons I assign for zoom in and zoom out. Alright, there we go. There we go. Now back to using the pistols. And this is a token that Lara just got. Yeah, Untitled. Yeah, it's bloody unfortunate. Also affected a few other channels that I'm friends with as well. That is Untitled. That's a big coin. Wonder how much you could get for it if you were to sell it. This always reminds me of the enemies and also NPCs and everything in GoldenEye on the Nintendo 64. The primitive use of real people's faces on character models in games. It'd be akin to taking a dummy now and getting a photo of someone's face and then printing out the photo and then putting it over the head of the dummy. You know, it's that kind of sort of approach that they used to do with games. Calm, it looks like an Egyptian president that was assassinated. Oh, really? Yeah, Untitled broke him. Come on, Lara. Now no one else will be able to hear his joyful music. What have you done? Alright, so we picked that up. And you also need to grab a hook. So we picked up the wall hook and the broken handle. And now we combine those two to create the hook and pole. The hook pole has two parts, the hook and the pole. Back when games were like, there's some items that you need, but we're not going to tell you what they are. We're not going to have the character say some dialogue to make the player aware that there's something in the room that they might need. We're not going to have the character be like, I think there might be something in here that I need, to get players to actually look. This game was just like, we'll just put it in there, and if they find it straight away, good. If they take hours to figure out what they're missing, it's alright. There we go. Now we have the gate key. Hey there, Oliver. Welcome. Good morning to you. Those are some sexy pixels. How's it going? Untitled. It was so much better back in this time for games. Yeah, like, there's definitely a lot of games that came out since that I really am glad that exist and that I enjoy. But there's also something about a time in games where it was up to the player to figure out stuff. Like, I'm definitely a player that I love having mini-maps. I love having waypoints. I love being able to know where to go in terms of, like, I need to get to this location, so I'll put a marker here so I can actually see the route to get there. But playing these games in these days is good exercise in trying to wean off that a little bit as well. I mean, you can do no hard playthroughs and everything in modern games that have mini maps and stuff, so you can choose to make that element of games the same as it used to be as well. But that's why I like playing older school games as well, because it's sort of like, because these ones really tested you as well. Like, yeah, newer games can test you as well, but when you have games where it's like, you need to get this right, otherwise you need to go back to the start of the level again, that kind of stuff, or making the player have to work for an item, things like that, instead of being like, here, the item's just given to the player on the platter. That was dramatic of her. She could have flung it onto the roof. Yeah, it's so funny though, Untitled. Like I was saying yesterday, how in Tomb Raider 3, when Lara uses the crowbar, she doesn't just put the crowbar back in her backpack, she just throws it on the ground. So if players didn't realize they needed the crowbar more than once, they most likely would have just let the crowbar be on the ground. Oliver, you just woke up. It's like 7:30 a.m. Ah, well, that's fair enough, dude. That's for sure. Well, I hope you had a good rest, though. But yeah, that's definitely still early. Hey there, Godfather Al. Control on the new PC is so sexy, you still don't know what's going on in the story, though. You're like, what is this whole thing? What's this hiss? What's this, orange peel? What's this, all this stuff? That's definitely fair. It's good that you're still enjoying the graphical greatness of that game on RTX and all that kind of stuff, like ray tracing stuff. Definitely a game that is really visually, like some of the stuff, I'm not going to spoil it for you obviously, but there's definitely lots of great visuals, very creative ways of using whatever graphics they've used.
Lara, I've been doing some reading, and it is highly probable that some of the armor is hidden down in the catacombs themselves. But you must take care. Word of Von Croy's men fleeing the tunnels has reached me. Set separations have begun to move into the city, gathering at the ancient sites. You must hurry and find the library.
So there we go. That's one of the other dialogues you can get. You don't have to. Like, you can just go and do what you need to do. But if you come back every so often, you'll get different bits of dialogue there. Oliver, bruh, he was like 3 years old when this game came out. It's just so crazy to think, like, because I remember it's kind of hard to explain the feeling of what it was like, in 1999 with a lot of stuff. because, well, number one, a lot of things that you would indicate as, things that have been created that even now have been around for a long time, like YouTube, Facebook, none of that. Like, no YouTube, no Facebook. Social media, in the way it is now, wasn't like that. There's just so much kind of stuff that's kind of hard to describe, what it was like at the time. In some ways, it feels like, imagine a time where something that you rely on so much never existed yet. You know, things that have improved that weren't improved yet. Things like this. It's such a certain moment in time. And you look at pop culture as well in 1999. I mean, you had movies that would go on to define not only that year but also the decade as well. For example, like The Matrix. But then you also had movies like Fight Club and that whole twist. You had The Sixth Sense with Bruce Willis and that whole twist in that movie. You had the Mummy remake, so, and at that time, remakes weren't really a go-to thing. It wasn't like every sort of like franchise was getting a remake necessarily and stuff. But then you look at the video games of the time, and you compare that to things that have changed since then, and it's just crazy to think, and like 25 years is a long time. Like imagine, like think of this, 1940 versus 1960. That's 20 years difference, Imagine how many things had changed from that time. Then you look at the 60s versus the 80s. Then you look at the 80s versus the 2000s. Then you look at the 2000s versus the 2020s. Like there's such a big jump in time and so much stuff can happen in even 5 years, but let alone 20 years or more, And it's funny how nostalgia works as well, because there might be some things that you overlook now when you look back, because the part of you that still remembers what it was like to first experience it is still, active within you when you appraise it now, and all that kind of stuff. And it's definitely difficult sometimes to separate nostalgic feelings for something and to actually judge it now. But I feel like there's just some things that you can judge it with modern standards if you like, and that's totally fair as well. But there's some games that you really need to look at the competition at the time and look at what the other games were doing. And if they were doing things that weren't as great, then you can look to that as an example of, hey, this game came out in the same year, but it wasn't as well received as other games were. But yeah, such a big difference, like 25 friggin' years. It's crazy. Untitled, you had some cool forums though. That's true. Yeah, forums were definitely a thing as early as back then as well. I mean, there's probably been a lot of things that were an early version that gets sort of like buried because the thing that comes along next might become more popular, and so it makes the people who came into it when that thing was more popular not realize there was something already else, and all that kind of stuff. I love it, you're only playing with toy cars back then. I remember in like primary school with bringing like Matchbox cars to school, and when waiting for the bus in the afternoon, doing sort of like tracks in the dirt and on the gravel, and doing like, loops around and all that kind of stuff, playing marbles, things like that. It's instead of, being on like a mobile phone or a smartphone, because, when I went through primary school, none of those things existed. Well, I mean, as I was saying before, there's definitely a lot of things that there was an early version of, and so you had those big brick phones and stuff. But it's so funny thinking back to even those times as well. And I remember one time taking some He-Man figurines into my class, and even though we weren't in class at the time, um, a teacher actually confiscated them until the end of school day, even though we were actually looking at them on a lunch break. Always remember that and feeling how unfair that was. It's not like I was in class pulling them out and distracting everyone and being like, "Hey, look at these, let's play with these," sort of thing. But it's funny when you think back on those moments as well, when you were really, really young, and you think to yourself, there just wasn't anything else that you were aware of at the time. And there was so much stuff that was going on in the world that you only find out when you get older and you look at documentaries talking about things, and you're like, whoa, I had no idea that was going on when I was that age, because your whole world view is so small when you're really young, that so much stuff goes on in the larger world that, sure, you might see a news report of it, but you might not necessarily feel the importance of what you're actually seeing until you actually look back on it years later and you go, so that's what was happening when I was like, 10 years old. These sorts of things that were happening in the world that I had no idea of at the time, because that wasn't something that I was doing. Like, I wasn't someone that was looking forward to the news every afternoon. I was looking forward to getting home and playing video games. Things like that. As a 10-year-old kid, I wasn't like, I wonder what's on the news tonight. I'm going to sit and I'm going to watch all the news reports. It's like, no, I'm going to go in and I'm going to play, the Super Nintendo, and I'm going to, do this, and, you know, being able to have your own television when you're a kid, and, not having to, you know, watch what other people are watching. When your parents are like, well, you got to turn the game off now, it's time for the news. But if you have your own television when you're a kid, when your parents say that, it's just like, yeah, okay, you just go to your room and then you play your video games there. So, but yeah, it's funny thinking back on those sort of moments as well. And then you get some memories that you just don't remember often, that come to you, and you go, oh, I forgot about that. Well, there's probably heaps of stuff that I had as a child that I've just lost over the years, that I don't remember what happened to it. Maybe I buried it out in the backyard or something. Did some silly thing where it's like, let's dig a little hole, and let's, put this toy here, and then cover it up. There's things that you do as a kid. Like, I remember having a backyard where there was like a shed, and there was like gravel and everything too. So many things probably got lost there, and whoever ended up moving into that place afterwards probably found some like trinkets and stuff. They're like, oh. Um, I don't even know where to start with you. I mean, do you even know who you're talking to? Do you have any idea? Any idea who I am? Basically, kind of a big deal. You listening? Okay. Grass grows, birds fly, sun shines, and brother, I hurt people. I'm a force of nature. If you were from where I was from, you'd be fucking dead. Whoa. Sorry, not so good with making sounds with the impression. But thank you for redeeming that, Godfather Al. What's that actually from? Hey there, Shin. Welcome, dude. Spoiler to continue, press L3, R3. I've got a spoiler for you, Shin. Press Alt F4 on your computer right now, and then choose shut down. No, just kidding. How's it going, Shin? Welcome. Calm. Humanity really decided to create some sick games and movies in the 90s. Yeah, like I was looking back on some movies from the 90s as well, because I saw Predator 2 recently, which I think was 1990 when that second movie came out. And just thinking about the way things look. Now, obviously, there's an element of stylization where it's like, it's not an overall representation of how everything was, but it's like a snapshot in time. And thinking about the way things looked in the 90s, and in the early parts of any decade, you still have the remnants of the previous decade, especially like with fashion and all that kind of stuff as well. Like, if you look at someone in 1990 versus 1989, you're not really going to see much of a major difference. However, look at someone in 1996, 97 towards 99 versus 1989, and then you start to see, the real differences and stuff. So there's always that overlap of things not really changing for their own decade until about halfway through, sometimes a little over halfway. And then that becomes what people think of when they think of that decade, not the things that were earlier and stuff. And there's definitely a lot of games that took risks in a way that they don't really take risks now anymore. But then you see games that really defined the era of rebelliousness of the video games that were being made. And then you look at Sony with the PlayStation as well. Now, Sega to an extent had already been doing the whole sort of like edgy teenage sort of like approach to gaming, especially in the way of their like advertising, where it's like Genesis does what Nintendo don't, things like that. But then you have all these sort of franchises like Mortal Kombat, Doom, Grand Theft Auto, you know, these franchises that were very irreverent and they were very rebellious. Like Mortal Kombat 1, for example, they didn't advertise that there were fatalities in the game. That was something that players actually found out accidentally. Like there was no manual that said, press these buttons and you'll trigger a fatality. Like there's nothing like that. So you had these sort of like games that did these things that previous games might not have, been able to do, and they start to define a certain era. And unfortunately, it seems some of those franchises are compromised now. But you look at the early Mortal Kombat, the early Doom, the early Resident Evil, the early Tomb Raider, all these franchises that were very prominent and to this day still go. There's still games being made and there's still fans and stuff as well. Hey there, Shaky. I hope things are going well. Although the main thing is these awesome relics takes us back to our childhood. On one hand makes you feel old, but at the same time makes you feel like a kid again. Yeah, there's certain things that you think back on to when you're a child that you don't think much on anymore, but they're memories that when you do think of them, you start to remember things like who your friends were at the time, and maybe you still are friends with them now. You think about what things were you watching, like even what food you were eating. Like I remember when I was a kid, I probably would have been about 6 to 8 years old. I remember there was like an ice cream that you could get. It was literally shaped. It was literally a foot. The back of it was chocolate, and the front of it was banana flavored ice cream. Like that kind of stuff. You'll never see that again, because it was just something of its time. So there's even food and stuff that you think back to when you're a child that you used to enjoy, and nowadays it might still be around, but it might not taste anything like it did. And that taste might be better, but sometimes it might actually be worse off as well. And then trying to remember how things used to taste like. Like I remember trying to figure out what did Freddo frogs used to taste like, for example, like the chocolate that they used for it. What did they have in the chocolate that they don't have anymore, which changes the taste, and what were things that they gave you a lot of in the packet, but now they don't. All these sorts of things. Can't forget Assassin's Creed. You want to watch news pundits speak about the economy? Don't we all, Carl? Godfather Hour from Meet the Scout, Team Fortress 2. Oh, it's from that. I got you now. Cool, because I think you quoted something from that before as well. Hey there, Dr. Ronnie. How's it going, dude? I hope things are going well. That's right, Lucas. Yep, we have two doctors here in the channel. How's it going, Lucas? Welcome on in. Godfather, Rod is a doctor of gaming. Are you going to play the Indiana Jones game? I actually have it. I got Game Pass just to play it. I'm not going to stream it though because when I stream from my Xbox, there's an audio issue. But I wanted to play it, and the reason I chose Game Pass is because I'm not paying $110 Australian just to find out if I like it or not. So I figured that getting it for $22.95 instead, because that's how much a month of Game Pass is at the moment here in Australia, or at least that's how much I paid for it. So I figured I'd rather spend $22.95 versus $110 Because if I do like the game, then, I'll get it on PlayStation 5 later down the track. But if I don't like it, at least I've only paid the least amount of money for it as well. But yeah, I'm yet to actually play it though. I've got it installed and everything. That's all good, Oliver. Absolutely no worries at all. I really hope that work goes well. Thanks for popping in for a bit. I hope that you have a good day. Lucas, who the hell wants to eat a foot? I know, right, Lucas? I mean, there's probably some cannibals that are in the world that wouldn't mind eating a foot and but yeah, real feet? No, I don't have a thing for feet in any way, shape, or form. But that ice cream, I remember as a kid, that was really delicious. And I like ice creams that has like the chocolate coating, but the flavor inside. Or Godfather, you hear Ubisoft is not doing well financially. Your thoughts? Yeah, Game Pass, very nice. Yeah, I don't know. It's one of those things. I feel like there's a lot of stuff that Ubisoft could do still to help things, but there's some things that I think it's too late really to do certain things. I think number one is this focus on making multiple games across different franchises and trying to release them either in the same year as each other or a year apart from each other. The sort of thing where they want to make as much money as quickly as possible by doing, games like Defiant, X Defiant, and all that kind of stuff. But I feel like there's some simple things that they could do that might actually help a little bit. Like, number one, Assassin's Creed is one of their biggest franchises, right? So, of course, they want to try and do any sort of thing that they can with it. And I think they were trying to do a Fall Guys like Assassin's Creed experience and all that kind of stuff as well. I don't really think there's anything wrong necessarily with doing a franchise in a different genre of game for different, play styles as well. And of course, they've got the Assassin's Creed mobile game, Jade, but that's been postponed, so I don't know when that's coming out now as well. But I feel like you need to have an incentive for your players to actually want the content. And I know there's a lot of free to play things. I don't play them myself, but I know that they exist, where it's like that's probably one thing that they could do, but they're so focused on doing that but making it something you have to pay for. At least pay for the, base thing. It's like players don't necessarily want to buy the game, then pay a membership on top of having bought the game to be able to access certain content and then download and pay for extra content. Like there are some players who are happily able to do that, which is fine. But there's also some players that aren't. So I feel like what they need to do is they need to find one small scale thing that they can do, that they can consistently update, and then work on one major title at a time. Don't have five different teams on five different games. Put all five teams on the one game, and try and get that done as well. Because the thing is, it's nice to have, like, if you're a fan of something, obviously, if you're enjoying what they're doing, it's good to have more of that. But I think too, it's also good to just hang back a bit and wait until they've spent the time on a game. You know what I mean? Like, do one Far Cry game and focus all your teams on it. Get that game done and release it, and then move on to the next one. A Ghost Recon game, work on that one, move on to the next one. Because you may as well use more teams on one game than use five separate teams on five individual games, because you just don't know whether or not one game out of the five is going to do well at all. So you may as well put all your people working onto the one project as well. But as I said, like have a smaller scale thing as well that people can work on, and maybe looking at Assassin's Creed and the parkour and doing a obstacle course game. Or, well, I mean, maybe that's what Fall Guys is, but I mean to say like a parkour gym kind of thing, where you load the game up and you can pick what arena you want. Do you want to be in like Monteregione? You can choose that, and you can climb around Monteregione, and there's like little things you can do. There's Easter eggs you can find, like memories of things that you can unlock and look at. and maybe they can play a little video or something. Like you might go to Montelegione and you might look at the Auditore crypt, for example, and then it might open up, a little video to show something. And then you might be able to pick another location in the Assassin's Creed series and have your character go around in it and all that kind of stuff. But maybe that's what they're doing with Fall Guys anyway. But I feel like there's no one clear answer either, and you just never know as well. Because you can have the best people working on something, and it could be your best work, but you could release it, and crickets. But you can also have a game that you don't think is that great, that could go on to be great as well. Hey there, Absolution, welcome. Nostalgia is what we keep fighting to preserve so we can remember who we are. Well, that's true as well. I mean, I think with anything, you can certainly be blinded by certain things, and it makes you go to an extreme. But there's definitely things where it's like it's good to have things that keep things in check as well. Shin said, Rod, you won't eat a foot long from a sandwich shop. Well, definitely, Shin. Oh, yeah. Like Subway or something. Dr. Ronnie, feet are not good to eat. You have eaten chicken feet several times and never really enjoyed them. Oh, really, Ronnie? Yeah, I've never tried chicken feet. I don't think I will, though. Absolution experience plus history plus future projects. That's true as well. But I don't know, like it's easy for me to sit here in Australia talking about this kind of stuff, but to actually be involved in making a game in whichever position that you're working in, like, unless you actually are working in that position, it's very hard to know for sure what things are like. And but just going by sort of like some of the games, it's like you don't really want to rush stuff. Because if you rush stuff, it means you end up taking corners and shortcuts and all that kind of stuff. Oh, you did, Shin? You got this game for free on GOG from Amazon Prime? Oh, excellent. That's really cool. It's always good to get free stuff. Shin, you also got Tomb Raider Anniversary, Chronicles, Legend, The Angel of Darkness for free on GOG from Amazon Prime, and Underworld as well. Oh, that's cool. That's good that you got all those on that for free. Hello there, Amanda Nicole. Welcome on in. Alright, so these are skeleton enemies. You can only kill them by knocking them off of something or using explosive weapons. Because in this playthrough I can't use those against enemies, I can only use scoped weapons against objects that need to be shot for progression. It means that these enemy types are going to be annoying, especially when I need to make jumps and not fall to my death while trying to collect things and they're hanging around, because they can interfere and obviously do damage to you and all that kind of stuff. That one killed itself. That's so funny.
No. No.
I was trying to use a flare. Just me trying to find shortcuts. Alright, so I can't remember the frequency, pardon me, or the rate, sorry, at which the conversations become available. So I made a save there. And I'm going to backtrack all the way. And then that way, if there's no new dialogue yet, I've got a save I can reload. That puts me back there instead of having to do this check and then make my way all the way back. No more new dialogue with him yet. Hey there, Doctor Darling. Thanks for redeeming the rest in peace, Lara. I thought I'd wait till I actually got across first and then saved it before actually doing that. Hi, Lara. Die, Lara. So do you want her to do a swan dive off and break neck? Or do you want me to put her back on the rope and have her just drop off the rope? Or I can have her swing on the rope and then try to do a leap somewhere and then fall. Hey there, Senny. It's going good, thank you, dude. Things are going well. How about yourself? Dr. Darling, the rope looks slippery. Alright, rope it is. That's if I can get back to it from here. I can't get back to it from here. That's weird. Yeah, sorry, Dr. Darling, I can't actually get Lara to get back to the rope from this way. However... Oh yeah, I won't be able to reach it even from there because of that gap. Exactly, Amanda Nicole. Yeah, I tried the rope first to get from that other side, but couldn't reach it. So I thought I'd see if there was another alternate way to do so. Crooked going well. Levy has to go to the office today, so he woke up at like 6:30 a.m. Coffee definitely helped, and we'll be going outside with the dog in a bit. Totally understandable for sure, dude. You know, that's good that you got that coffee to help wake you up a bit and give you some energy too, as well. I really hope that the day at the office for Levy is really good too, you know, and isn't too stressful and stuff. I hope you enjoy the walk with Doggo as well. That's okay, dude. No worries at all. Crooked, are you planning on finishing the game today? I would have liked to, but there's definitely way too many levels. I think there's like 20, 25 levels left. So I won't be doing it today. Come on. Yeah, darling, so it might take a while for me to get back to that rope. So is there any other way of dying you'd like to see Lara do? Crooked, fair enough. Yeah. Dr. Darling, what do you mean? It's been a while since you did a 12-hour stream. Yeah, I don't always want to do 12-hour streams. Sometimes I want to just do a shorter stream. Or there might be other streamers I want to check their streams out before they get too far into their stream, or I might want to do some stuff off stream and stuff like that. I'll actually be taking 2 days off a week from streaming next year as well. But that doesn't mean I won't always have those 2 days of not streaming. There might be some times with those 2 days where I'm like, you know what, I want to stream today. But I'm going to go down to 5-day stream weeks as a general rule next year, I mean. Oh yeah, Crooked, exactly, dude. You know, and if I need to use one of those 2 days as an extra stream day for certain things, then I can. And also, it might work out better with timing for some stuff. Like, you can get a lot of stuff done in a short stream, but sometimes you don't want to do just a short stream. You want to put a lot more into it because you might want to get further. So being able to have like a day where you can be like, right, I want to add an extra day in, then I can get some stuff done and stuff. But the other thing is too, like, it'd be good to have 2 days to do other stuff as well. Because I've got a lot of ideas of what I want to do for videos for YouTube that aren't related to me just streaming the game and exporting it. So if I can have 2 days off a week from streaming, it means I can also put those days to doing editing and, you know, all that kind of stuff. Dr. Darling, is Lara afraid of heights? Let's find out. Indeed, dude. So I'll reload this save. Alright. There we go, Dr. Darling. Thanks for redeeming that. Sorry about the timing with the rope and stuff, because I really wanted to get across first, because it's pretty time consuming, but I didn't realize that I wouldn't be able to run back to the other one. Hey there, Inmita. Welcome, dude. Welcome to seeing Lara die. How's it going? Rip indeed. Rest in peace, Lara. Good, that'll be really helpful too. That kind of content can be a really great addition and later branch out a bit as well. So true, dude. Like, there's been some video concepts that I've, you know, made notes of that I'd like to do and put them down as a get to someday kind of thing. And Mitra, it's going well. You just arrived at your workplace. How are you? Oh, that's great, dude. That's good. Definitely off to a great start then. As for me, I'm doing well. Having a good day. It's almost Friday. Just a few hours away. Hello, skeleton enemies that I can't destroy in this playthrough. Nah, 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 nah. Skeletons can't get me. They can't climb walls, thankfully. Suckers. Cheers, Inmita. Thanks, dude. Crooked, the short videos and highlights that you uploaded seem to have gotten a nice viewership too. Sorry, Mobile sent the message before you were finished, lol. I don't blame you for that happening, Crooked. I'm like that too with some stuff where it's like I'm trying to get the message in full, but then the thing sends it through before I'm finished. I'm like, oi, had some extra words to put in there. Like the Odyssey clip with Cassandra's armor. Yeah, yeah, that's the thing. Like, that's probably that's the most viewed YouTube video that I've got, is that. And the thing with the guy's reaction too, like his eyes close and he looks down as if in like, you know. And then I got that one with Kenji. Is it Kenji from Ghost of Tsushima? Kenji, where he's like, "My lord, I'm an idiot," which cracked me the fuck up. I couldn't help but laugh at that, so I got that as a clip as well. There we go, Anmita. Yeah, Kenji. Yeah, I'm terrible with names sometimes because I'm like, now is this the character's name? I'll just say it because I think it might be the character's name. Gridlow was a good timing. Oh yeah, that ghost clip was funny too. Yeah, just the timing of it, and that was a result, of course, of the torch only challenge where I wanted to make a bit of a meme of it too by having Cassandra wear like this oiled outfit, oiled skin and all that, carrying a torch. Very, very, very smart idea to carry a flaming torch when you got oil all over your body. He is in Meta. Like, I really like doing his side quests. I hope that he is in. Like, I hope they do another game with Jin Sakai at some point, because it'd be cool to actually have Kenji be in it again as well. You could have this funny thing where if they set Ghost of Tsushima 2 in a different part of Japan, they could have this thing where Jin hears about this guy who's selling sake, and he's like, I wonder if that is Kenji. And then he goes and, you go off on this funny adventure with Kenji. I think that'd be quite funny. Oh, Crooked, I don't know if you saw any information on it, but there was a AMA on Reddit with some developers from Ubisoft about Shadows, and there was one thing that was interesting. There's the canon mode where if you don't want to worry about making dialogue choices, you can choose this mode and it automatically makes the path through the story that is the quote-unquote canon story. And I think to myself, that's good and all, but why can't you just go back to not having dialogue choice at all? Like, why does dialogue choice need to be a thing where people get to change how things go in a series about events that have actually already happened, that are being relived with technology? Like, not all RPGs have dialogue choices either, so it's not like there's a rule that says every single RPG in the history of mankind, past, present, and future, has to have dialogue choices, That's why Mirage was a breath of fresh air, because the only dialogue choices you had were related to, do you want to know more about this person? If so, you can choose these things to ask them. If not, that's cool too. And the whole multiple ending thing, it's like, just give your game an actual definitive ending. Like, just give the game an ending. Like a proper ending. Not a ending where it's like, well, we haven't wrapped everything up, and the things that we have wrapped up aren't enough. We need to wrap up more, but we haven't done that. But, 2 years later, you'll get the final content telling the rest of the story. Okay, so we've picked up one trident. Mr. Gote, every single RPG must have dialogue choices, and they must matter. And they must do absolutely nothing. And must change nothing in the story. Exactly, Mr. Gote. That's a rule. All RPGs have to have dialogue choices, you know? How's it going, dude? Crocodile, yeah, you saw that about the canon mode. It's going to be nice to have an official confirmation, but you're not holding your breath that it'll work out smoothly without any inconsistencies due to the choice system. Really got to question the whole concept of how they explain why choices are there in the first place, if we can know the truth for sure now. You bet they didn't intend a canon story either and just dedicated a team to just decide now which choices should be canon. That's the thing, you know, it's sort of questionable. It's like if you're adding a canon choice of the story, that implies that you would think you've already plotted out what the main course through the story is, but then you've created connection points within that framework to actually connect to other choices that might get made as well. So, for example, it might be a choice of do you want this person to join your team or not? You know, and if you say no, then in the main narrative they just won't appear. Where it's kind of like, well, what do you do if that's the case then? You know, like, is there going to be a character missing? Like, is there going to be a version of that main story where the character that you chose to have join is there versus not? You know, and then it's like, to what extent is it? You know, and all this kind of stuff. Yeah, me too. That guy from Prince of Persia: Sands of Time. I don't know if you know that part of that game, but the first puzzle that you come across is this big giant room, and you have to move these levers and you have to spin the room around, and there's all these maze-like, what do they call them, sort of like indentations around the walls, and you got to sort of like navigate that, and then you got to collect light pieces or something like that. And you got this guy, this guard, and he's like, when you make a mistake, he's like, no, not that one, the other one. Think ahead. And it's just like, he's so damn loud. Like, even if you had your volume for the dialogue turned down, it'd still be loud. Hey there, Rosie, welcome. Man, you just raided some tombs in Indiana Jones. It was sick. Oh, nice, Rosie, that's cool. That's really good. I downloaded the game through Game Pass, so I've got it sitting there, but I just haven't got around to it yet. Crooked, oh yeah, you remember that. It's so funny, dude. Like, could you imagine you're just minding your own business, you're in like a restaurant, and then the waiter's like, hello sir, what can I get you? I'll get a hamburger with chips. You'd be like, what the? Rosie, also you're solving a puzzle, taking your time, and my god, it was so nice not to have some ass of a companion spoil it for you. I don't blame you, Rosie. It's so annoying when, and especially too, if it happens very quickly once you enter an area, your ally character is like, oh, look at this, you need to make sure that you do this, right? And then you go to do it, and it's like, why aren't you doing this thing that I told you need to do? Sometimes it happens in Red Dead Redemption 2, unfortunately, where it's like, you need to do this, and by the time you've comprehended where you're located versus where the thing is you need to interact with versus what you need to press, the character's like, well, come on then, what are you doing? Crooked, you're going to go for the dog walk now? Catch you later? No worries at all, Senny. Thank you so very much for being here. I really hope that the walk goes well. For those who haven't come across Crocodile's channel yet, I'd like to highly recommend checking out his channel. He's doing a major project right now on his channel with the games that he's doing. He's doing a historical order run, and what he's doing is he's taking heaps of games. He's got like 20 or more games in a list, and what he's doing is he's organizing them and playing them in timeline order. So he began with the game Ancestors, the Humankind Odyssey, which takes place billions upon billions of years ago, and he's worked his way through. He's going to be going through games up until the 1940s, and right now he's actually up to Assassin's Creed 1, which takes place in 1191, and he's going to be incorporating a lot of the other Assassin's Creed games that take place after Altair's time period in that as well, but also franchises like the Plague Tale games, as well as Ghost of Tsushima, the Red Dead Redemption games, he's including those as well, plus many, many more as well. So he's currently doing a playthrough of Assassin's Creed 1. He's also got a mod installed that's a parkour mod that gives heaps of options for parkour moves that aren't actually in the game, well, that aren't accessible normally in the game. They're actually there in the code. It's just that it's taken modders to actually bring that code to the forefront and activate some of these things. So he's doing that with that. And yeah, so he's a great streamer with some great ideas for channel content. Rosie will repeat some dumb voice line over and over. Oh, look at that puzzle. Have you looked at this puzzle yet? That puzzle, that thing over there, that puzzle. There's a puzzle there. Puzzle? That thing. What's that? You know. In Meta, even Vampire, the game you're playing, has some dialogue choices, but they don't really matter unless you want to find every possible clue. And that's a good way to do it too in Meta. Like, I like that. You know, it's your sort of choice as the player. How deep do you want to dive into these things? And I think that's probably a better use of dialogue choices. Also, if you speak to someone and they offer you help, if you say no, then that might cut you out of an area that could have given you something really cool. But if you help them, then they might give you some information to tell you about that location, and then you go there and find out something useful. Like, I like dialogue choices like that. I don't mind dialogue choices where you choose, do you want to do this action or this action? Whichever one you choose locks you out of certain things, you know, all that kind of stuff. But I don't think every Assassin's Creed game, for example, needs to have that, you know. Rosie, it's a stress factor, them rushing you on under threat of spoiling the solution for you. Exactly, Rosie, you know. But it's just really frustrating too. But that's good that it's not like that in Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. It's good that you can just, you know, take your time and do those things. And Mita, you also got to go now. Your shift starts soon. See you later on your work break. Have a great stream. Thank you very much, Mita. I definitely will. I hope that work goes well for you. Would like to highly recommend checking out Mita's channel also. He's doing a playthrough, he's doing a few first-time playthroughs, sorry. One of them is God of War Ragnarok. He's also doing a first-time playthrough of GTA 5. And he's also, in recent times, played Star Wars Jedi Survivor for the first time. He's also doing a playthrough, not on stream, but he's doing a playthrough off stream of the game Vampire as well. A great streamer with some really cool emotes and channel art as well. Oh, that's all good in Mita. No worries at all for the shout out. Hey, Boris, thank you so very much for the 6 months in a row. That's awesome. Thank you for doing that, Boris, and also thank you for using your Prime for that too, as well. That's really cool. Welcome on in. I hope things are going well for you today. Hope you're having a good one. Alright, so what I want to do is go back and see if there's any more dialogue with old mate back here. If not, at least I've got that save where I can just reload it without having to come back all the way again. Didn't fucking mean to do that. With my thumb, I accidentally pressed the jump and roll button. This part's going to be annoying, not being able to use other weapons to knock the enemies off here or blow them up. And Dr. Darling, this is the end of the playthrough because Lara forgot how to use a shotgun. Yeah, it's like time to end. Nice one, Mr. Gote. Redeeming a rest in peace, Lara. Do you want Lara to do a head dive? Do you want Lara to drown? Because I can go back to where I was before and do that if you like. Head dive? Alrighty then. There we go. Thanks for redeeming that. There's enough bang in the air to blow us all to Jesus. If I'm gonna die, I want to die comfortable. Thank you for redeeming that, Mr. Gote, as an Arnie impression. So that's from The Hurt Locker. I never actually watched all of that because I was visiting someone's place and we were watching it, but then I ended up having to go before the movie ended. So I don't know how the movie ended, but it was a good movie from what I had seen of it as well. And Catherine Bigelow, who did the directing of it, she did great. She was good. She also directed, the original Point Break with Patrick Swayze and Keanu Reeves, but also a really good vampire movie called Near Dark. She also directed that. Zareth. Not that pistol. The other one. No. Hey there, Zareth. Welcome. How's it going, dude? Welcome back, Senny. I hope you enjoyed the walk. I hope that it went well. No worries at all for the shout out either, dude. This is the part, Crooked, or one of the parts I was thinking of when I was talking about how there's a key item that you need to get, and you got these skeleton enemies that are going to be a nuisance. I need to actually get to where that trident is on that pedestal, but these annoying skeletons can make the jumps across to all those platforms. So this is one of those nuisance annoying parts with this run. Mr. Gote, actually watched it when you were staying in hospital. You got to watch it when you got your phone back. Oh, nice, dude. That's cool. Yeah, like I wouldn't mind watching the movie again, but actually watch the rest of it. Crooked, you did, but it was so cold that you didn't take her on the long walk you initially intended. She wasn't unhappy about being back in the warm either. Well, I don't blame you as well. It's good that you didn't go on the longer walk. You know, it's good to have like a shorter route as well as a backup, just in case you need to. But that's cool, and I don't blame Doggo for wanting to actually, get back in the warm. There we go. Finally got the trident. Thanks for the GGs, dude. Muchly appreciated. Awesome. So I've got all 4 tridents that I need. Okay, so before I go where I need to go with those tridents, I just want to go back to Rene. Is it Rene? I want to call him Rene, but I don't think it is. Anyway, French dude. Friend of Lara's. Gonna go back to where he is. So that save that I made, if there isn't any more dialogue with him at the moment, then at least I can reload that save so I won't have to travel all the way back on foot. Hell yeah, Mr. Gote. Absolutely will be. Yeah, the 14th of February is when the remasters of this game, Chronicles, and the Angel of Darkness come out. So I definitely want to be doing a playthrough and streaming those day one when they release. When the remasters of 1, 2, and 3 came out, I actually started a stream about, I think it was, 4 a.m. my time or something? And did a stream of it. Mr. Gote, 14th is your birthday too. Oh, is it? On the 14th of February. Oh, very nice, dude. So you might grab the games in a Steam Deck. Oh, really cool. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the remasters of 4, 5, and 6. Hey there, Anasune. How's things going today, dude? It's not Rene, it's Jean. I think it's Jean. I'm like, where did I get Rene from? I think in the Young Indiana Jones Chronicles, Indy had a friend named Rene, or maybe it was Remy. Might have been Remy, actually. Mr. Gote, Rene. Rene? Nope. Okay, so he doesn't have any new dialogue yet. I don't know the rate at which and what you need to do to activate or get to the point where each bit of his dialogue happens, but not to worry. I'll check again at another interval. Crocodile, yeah, the most French name, Jean. They got some nice carpets there. If only there was some flying ones. Mr. Gote, ready? Are you ready? Are you ready, Jenny? Oh. Whoops. That would really be helpful, dude. Just imagine. I remember in Super Mario Bros. 2, the game, you can get a magic carpet, which is only temporary. It only lasts for a little bit. Let's go back through here to get Lara's health back again. Mr. Gote, do the carpets match the drapes, Renee? Are you ready? So another tricky bit, without being able to use weapons that can kill these skeletons, is getting these tridents and putting them where they need to go. Yeah, man, I got the timing wrong for grabbing and releasing, because after a certain point, Lara will stop being able to grab onto a ladder. And Sune, you doing alright? You just found out how good smoke bombs in Assassin's Creed 2 actually are. Just beat Sequence 11 Memory 1. All things come to he who waits. When killing the guard, usually it takes you many attempts and trying to plan out how to get to him. This time, you just dropped a smoke bomb at the entry guards, walked in, and voila. Over in like 5 seconds. Very nice, Sune. That's cool. Yeah, it's really cool to have that sort of like flow as well, where you can just be like, walk, 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 drop smoke bomb, walk in, stab, mission done, move out, and they're going as they're, affected by the smoke. But that's cool, and great progress as well. Mr. Gote, just be like, no, I don't want this ladder, I don't need this ladder. Bene. Now I have a way back up in case I fall. Sune, it was annoying before though, since earlier in the memory the smoke bomb kept causing you to get detected somehow. Yeah. That can happen a lot in Unity as well, where you think that dropping a smoke bomb where you are will be fine, but then dropping it and all the guards are like, we're on full alert now, get every single person right here. It's like, really? Like, yeah, if you saw your friends affected by smoke bomb, and you're out of area of effect, you might be like, hey, what's going on here? But still, it's a video game too.
Snakes? Why did it have to be snakes? I love snakes.
Thank you for redeeming that, Dr. Darling. That Bane impression. Taking a bit of Raiders of the Lost Ark there. Zereth. There's a body here. Must have been the wind. Mr. Gote. Body here. Where's the lamb sauce? You fucking donut. Okay, so this part hasn't been as annoying with the skeletons. Mr. Godet, you fucking donut. Where is the lamb sauce? Where is Lee? And why is there a body here? Where is your lord? Where did the others go? Damn it. Alright, so this one might be more annoying because you have a crawl space that you need to get into while you have these skeleton enemies attacking, and because I can't use explosives, I can't get rid of them in that way, so I have to just put up with them. In the remastered version of this, there's a move that you can't do in this original version that's going to come in handy for places like this, where Lara can, when facing out of an alcove, can do this dive roll thing out of it, which is a quicker way than having her have to back up against the edge and then crawl down. So this part in the remaster will be much easier because I won't have to do it this way than I'm doing it now. But it'll be still tricky because you've got the fire to worry about. So now that I think about it, it probably won't help being able to do that. But nonetheless, it is a move that can come in real handy. And in originally Tomb Raider 5 Chronicles was the game that introduced it. However, it wasn't until the remasters of 1, 2 and 3 came out that I found out that for Tomb Raider 3 they originally intended to put that in as a move, but for whatever reason they took it out of the final game, and then they didn't bring it back into the series, or they didn't put it into the series, I should say, until Tomb Raider Chronicles, the 5th game. Because you can do it in Angel of Darkness as well. So, given the fact that Tomb Raider 3 Remastered added that as a thing, then it's safe to assume that it'll be added for the Last Revelation Remaster as well, which will be cool. Because it is a really good move to have. I mean, yeah, it's not like it changes anything really. You can still do what you need to do, but sometimes it's good to have a quicker way to get out of an area than taking the slow route. Alright, so before we go where we need to go, I'm going to go back to Jean and see if we can have more dialogue with him. Anasune, something you just noticed is at the end of sequence 11, just before Ezio's initiation, Mario is telling Ezio something, but Antonio's mouth in the background is moving, as well as Mario's. That's curious. Wonder if that's just a glitch, because I know, like, for example, in Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, there's the part where you hear the voice of Leonardo saying, "Psst, Ezio, here." But if you actually look at the character model of Ezio, when Leonardo says his dialogue, they've attached the mouth movements of the dialogue to Ezio. So maybe it's something like that. Maybe there's just a glitch where they accidentally tied Antonio's character model's mouth movements with Mario's. Yeah, exactly, Mr. Gote. Well, that's a good play on the word legion, legion. Anasune, maybe it could have just been Antonio saying a generic NPC quote or something, but you're not sure. Either way, it's definitely curious, like you said. Yeah, it makes you wonder why would Antonio be talking while Mario's doing the whole, spiel to initiate Ezio. Thank you, Senny, for leaving the lurk. Really appreciate that, dude. Alright, so there isn't yet any more dialogue with him. Alright, so what I picked up there is the left gauntlet of the armor of Horus. Now that I've collected that, Jean will probably have something new to say. Nah, bro, Lara just out here casually destroying Olympic long and high jump records. Absolutely, nah, bro. With those springs that she has for legs, being able to make those massive jumps and leaps. How's it going, nah, bro? Welcome on in. Anasune, thank you so very much for the 10 months in a row. That's awesome. Thank you so very much for that. This is real weird. You just subscribed and it's a 10-month anniversary. You don't remember subscribing in the last year, let alone 10 months straight. Oh, that's all good, Anasune. Yeah, it doesn't matter how long it's been since you subscribed last. When you subscribe again, it'll remember how many times you had actually done it before as well. And it'll classify it as months in a row. Even though it hasn't been, you know, like literally 1 month to the next, to the next, to the next as well. But thank you so much for that, Anasuna. I really appreciate that a lot. Now, bro, how have the Olympics not documenting this? They're really, really dropping the ball on this. They should really know.
Greetings, Lara. Remember, somewhere in the library will be the means to guide you to the location of Cleopatra's palaces. Von Croy will not know you have found the library yet, but I have heard, through connections, that he has hired new local help and is doubtless searching for another way in. For the moment, we have the advantage. But I fear you must move quickly if we are to stay ahead. Remember, the Great Library was very much like a university to ancient Alexandria. It will be full of knowledge, puzzles, and invention. You will need quick wits to get through. Good luck, my friend.
Alrighty then, so when you first get to this part of the game, you'll have a cutscene with Jean here, and then there's another cutscene with him once you investigate the ruins. Then when you go back after investigating it, he'll say something, and then when you find this left gauntlet, if you go back to him, there'll be new dialogue. You'll tell if he's in a different spot to where he was the last time. So before that conversation now, he was actually over here looking at his books. And then when I came upon him now, after getting that left gauntlet, he was sitting down at his table here. Zereth, is it just you? Has Twitch moved the stream title bar, name and title and details to the top? No, not just you, Zereth. I mean, I don't know if it's the same for others, but it's the same for me as well. I went to go and edit my stream title, and then I was like, where the hell did the thing? And then I was like, oh, they've switched it. It is weird, Zereth, especially if you're so used to it being on the bottom. and just going straight directly to it and doing what you need to do. At least give people the option. I mean, maybe there is an option, but I don't know. But still, that's something I noticed as well today. Understand that it's not happening for you unless the title at the top is a desktop thing. It could be, yeah, it could just be like a desktop thing. Because I very rarely use my Twitch app on my phone. There, if it's Twitch, there is no option. There is no option. But not having an option. That's the only option. Which isn't really an option. Thank you, Zereth, for redeeming the Rest in Peace Lara. So a few options. Do you want her to drown? Do you want her to be killed by these white floating things, ghost things? Or do you want her to do like a head dive? DOD.
Do or do not. There is no option.
I can't do a Yoda. Do a head dive? No worries, Zereth. We can definitely do that. And there we go, Zereth. There's the Rest in Peace Lara. Thank you for redeeming that. That movement reminded you of Dino Crisis 1. Oh, did it? Oh. I played a little bit of that back in the day, but I never actually finished it. And it's been a long time since I even played it. Anasune, what's the must have been the wind redeem? It basically just like when you redeem it, it just comes up with the message saying that you redeemed it and must have been the wind as well. So it's more like just a meme thing. So if I'm playing a stealth game and the enemy doesn't notice me, or they do notice something but they don't actually detect me fully, you could redeem it for that. Or you could redeem it in any context, really. It doesn't even have to be a context. Like, you could redeem that just randomly and stuff. Sometimes I redeem it myself as well for certain things. Like, if there might, like, in Tomb Raider 2013, there's a part where you have all these big gusts of wind, and so I redeemed it for that. Things like that. It's just more like a joke, little meme sort of redeem. Zereth, if her name was Lara Threepwood, she would be able to breathe underwater for up to 10 minutes, and that dive looked painful. That is so true, Zereth. Yeah, Guybrush Threepwood being able to hold his breath underwater for 10 minutes. I like how if you actually, in the part of the story where he gets put underwater, if you don't actually pick up the golden idol that his foot is tied to and escape from the water, it will literally take 10 minutes of real time for him to drown and die. That's one of the only ways you can actually die in that game. Now, bro, look for bugs. I hate bugs. They're everywhere. Look around. Look around everywhere. Yeah, Undersune. Must have been the wind. Gotta watch out for that wind. Hey there, Bandarin. How's it going? Subtle hint you should play some Splinter Cell next. Yeah, already did actually. I played not Blacklist. I played Pandora tomorrow to celebrate its 20th anniversary, and I did my annual playthrough of it earlier in the year too, where I decided to do a carry challenge, where at the start of every area I had to knock out, well, whichever enemy I knocked out or killed first, I had to pick up their body and carry it as far as the game would let me. And if I couldn't carry it any further, I had to leave it on the ground, and then I had to do the same with the next enemy, and so on and so forth. And I came up with that idea based on the first Splinter Cell mission, sorry, the first Splinter Cell games mission, where you have to carry Doherty, carry his body through the areas to the end of the level. So I thought, oh, I could turn that into a challenge run with one of the games. So I decided to do it with Pandora tomorrow. But yeah, I want to do it with other games too, as well, where you can carry the bodies of enemies. Alright then, I'm back. Just had to check some things. Thank you for redeeming that, Zereth. I don't know if you're back yet, but just let me know, and I'll be able to do the redeem for you. Excellent, nice. You mean the latest masterpiece of fantasy storytelling from Lucasfilm's Brian Moriarty? Why, it's an extraordinary adventure with an interface of magic, stunning high-resolution 3D landscapes, sophisticated score, and musical effects. Not to mention the detailed animation and special effects, elegant point-and-click control of characters, objects, and magic spells. Peter Rush, go out and buy Loom today. Thank you for redeeming that from Secret of Monkey Island. It's so funny, that pirate in the scum bar, where you go to talk to him and you have the questions you can ask, and he's like, whatever question you ask, he's like, I. And one of the responses you can choose, which I love, is, I yourself. But if you ask him about Loom, that's when he'll go into that spiel, talking about an actual other game by Lucasfilms. Well, that's what they were known at the time, as Lucasfilms games. Or Lucas Games. It's changed names so many times over the years. Thanks for redeeming that, Zereth. We got back at the same time. You see him at one of the later Monkey Island games. Yeah, that's something too. Like, I haven't played, I haven't finished Monkey Island 2 LeChuck's Revenge, and I've never played Tales from Monkey Island or Return to Monkey Island. But that's cool that he's in one of the later games as well. Oh yeah, Anasuna, that's fair enough, dude. Gonna look for a bit, about to do something in Assassin's Creed 2, which is going to take a very long time, so you figured you'd listen to stream in the background while you do it. Oh, very nice, Anasuna, that's cool. Well, best of luck with that. I hope that that goes well, and thank you for leaving the lurk as well. Zereth, the badge apparently fused with him, lol. Really? Ouch. That'd be painful. Oh, that's all good, Anasune, yeah. Not sure if it technically counts as a lurk, but still. Oh, that's all good. Wish you all the best with what you're doing in AC2. so Lara just picked up the golden star. Finally. That's the Horseman's Gem. Hey there, Inmita. Welcome back. You're back again. How's your work going? In Mitra, it's very quiet at the moment. How's the game going? Oh yeah, so quiet. Hopefully it won't be too quiet to be annoying. The game is going well. Yeah. I had an enemy that was on horseback, Iron Horse, Iron Rider, has a gem in their chest. To do damage, you have to actually hit the gem in their chest. That took like, I don't know how many gunshots it would have taken. You know you're hitting him where you hear him go, every single time. So that took quite a few. Probably took, I don't know, felt like a minute of shooting to finally get him done. Bandera just like NMM, M&M. I haven't had M&Ms for a while. They're delicious. Yeah, in Meta. Plus, I can't use any explosive weapons, so that sort of makes it a little bit more time consuming. Thanks for the GGs. Those who do playthroughs where they're not allowed to use health kits, this part must be so fucking annoying to try and get through without being able to use health kits. There we go. I don't need to use any more for now. I can use the trick where if you go back to an area that had a loading screen, Lara will get her health back automatically. Emita, when you arrived at your workplace, you were the only one. You thought for a moment, is this the wrong day to come at work? Oh no. Yeah. Imagine if it was, like you took all the time to get ready, and then you turned up, and then it was like, oh, didn't need to be here. Yeah, and Emita, very annoying, like, because people have done it, like, I mean, there's a part in Tomb Raider 2 where you actually have to take damage, like there's no way around it, because there's a drop that you have to make, and it's designed where you have to actually take damage. So if you're doing a playthrough where you can't use health kits, you'd have to make sure that you had maximum health, so that when you did the fall, you still wouldn't have heaps of health left, but you'd have some health left, versus an increment where you don't have as much health as you would have had, you know. In Meta, yeah, many people here work from home, so in many cases you won't find anyone. Oh, that's fair enough too as well. Yeah. Speaking of health kits, let's have a look at how many I actually have now. Small ones, 31. Large medipacks, 22. There's some aspects of doing these games without using health kits that I'd be fine with because, generally speaking, I hoard a lot of them. But yeah, there are specific points in these games where you might need to actually have to use them. Or rather, a point where you can't use them would become even more difficult. Lucas, not bad. Yeah, that's quite a few. I tend to hoard a lot of health kits in these games. There's a movie called Tremors 2 Aftershocks. There's a character in it, Burt Gummer. He's really into guns. That's one way of putting it. Mildly. And in the second movie, one of the main characters from the first movie, including Burt Gummer, is hired to actually kill the graboids, is what they call the underground creatures. So anyway, the creatures actually evolve into these things called shriekers, which are sort of like above ground, kind of like, I don't know what size they'd be, but they can sense heat. So anyway, one of the quotes in that movie that I really like, one of the guys, Grady, who's a new character in the second movie, he's looking at all the stuff that Burt Gummer has actually brought on board, like all the weaponry and shit. And I can't remember Grady's quote, but he makes some comment about, do you really need all that kind of stuff? And Burt Gummer's response is, when you need it and don't have it, you'll sing a different tune. And I've always remembered that quote. And it's kind of like, it's better to have something that you may not end up needing, but you never know, you might need it. So instead of leaving it behind and not bringing it with you, you may as well take it. Because if you do need it and you don't actually have it, well, you're going to be pissed off at yourself that you didn't even take it. Lucas, this current location is nice. It'd be awesome if this was remastered. Absolutely, Lucas. In February next year, the remasters of this one, the fifth one, Chronicles, and the sixth one, The Angel of Darkness, is coming out. So we'll be able to see what work they've done with these games in all the details and stuff. And Mita, time for you to go again. You'll come back later if you're still streaming in 2 hours more or less. See you later. No worries at all. And Mita, I definitely will be streaming for about that time. So I'll see you when you get back in. I hope work continues to be good. Hopefully it won't be overly quiet. And if it does get busy, hopefully it won't be too hectic. I can't remember off the top of my head which color goes where, but if you see that sphere that appears there now, that means that you've put it in the right place. Nice one, Lucas. Put you back into it. That reminds me of the Mummy remake, where Evelyn's brother Jonathan, he's standing back while Rick O'Connell, played by Brendan Fraser, and Ardeth Bay, played by Oded Fair, they're digging stuff away to actually get to somewhere, and he's just standing there, and he's like, well, go on, get you back into it. They give him a look. Yeah, Lucas. There's definitely a lot of pushing.
Put your back into it. Not that back, the other one.
Dr. Darling, Ubisoft is getting desperate. They brought back the 20% discount for pre-orders / new games with Ubisoft points? Huh. Interesting. Okay, so we now have the Pharos Pillar. Hello there, Peerwin. Welcome, how's it going today? Dr. Darling, which is bullshit by the way, because you had 200 to 300 points and spent them all on cosmetics when they removed the discount. Oh, that would really be annoying. I don't blame you if you're feeling pissed off about that. That's crazy though. You'd think that'd give you more than 20% off. Like, because the amount of time it takes to get enough points, you know. Yeah, Pirwin, they have, but it doesn't come out until February next year now. They're doing this one, Chronicles, and the Angel of Darkness. Lara picked up the music scroll, which has some ancient lyrics from the Old Kingdom. That's correct, Pirwin, yeah. The start of this game is a flashback in Cambodia, but when it goes to present day, it's all in Egypt. It's one of the reasons why this is still my favorite one. And now Laro has the Pharos Knot.
The tablet was returned to the sands that had spawned it beneath the city.
There of Saladin in ancient Cairo, foretelling of the time in the distant millennia when the stars of Orion come together. The ceremony is performed and set, entombed.
Hello, my dear. Another unannounced visit. I see you have found the scroll we unearthed. Interesting reading, yeah?
Only interesting if you know what it refers to.
Yes, quite correct, my dear. The armor on its own is no more than a curiosity. But with the amulet and the ceremonial tablet, it becomes an important historical artifact, predating the Bible by centuries.
There is more at stake here than the sum of the pieces, Von Croy. Ever heard of Armageddon? Unpleasant, even by your standards.
Rebinding the spirit of Set, putting the armor on the statue at midnight at the turn of the millennium, so on and such like. I was never a believer in this magical hocus pocus. Fools, after her!
Nice one, Ben Darren. Walk like an Egyptian. I remember that song when I was growing up. Peer and look at these goons, lol. Too easy. Yeah, it's so funny. And also, this game was the first in the series to give characters mouth movements. But it's very, very primitive, of course, because it's basically just mouth open, close, open, close, open, close very quickly. Hey, these are Greek letters. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. Because, like, you think about places individually, and sometimes it's easy to forget about the connections between places and... On the wall, yeah. It's a cool detail. Actually, Anasune, that's a really good way to put it. The characters' mouths move, but it's like a fish with voice audio slapped on top. These don't do anything, but you can pick up the broken glasses of Von Croy. Okay, so even though we've got the Pharos pillar and the Pharos knot, before I go to where I need to take them, I'm going to go back to Jean, because I'm pretty sure there's also some more dialogue with him if you go back to him now. Hi, Rod. Thank you, Keone, for redeeming that as an Arnie impression. It's so funny. I remember one time wanting to put... Actually, no, not wanting to. I actually did, but I got rid of it, though. I had a redeem where, for the rest of the stream, the person who redeemed that, whenever I read out their comment, I would read it out with the Arnie impression. Oh yeah, Keone, this game definitely has a lot of levels to it. The areas that you need to backtrack to, because they're like classified as separate areas with different names, technically you could combine all those together and say that's just one level. But still, it's definitely a lot of things that you need to do.
Ah, Lara. You have most truly put Von Croy's nose out of joint this time. If events were less catastrophic, I would be very happy. As it is, we must now be even more careful. He will become more desperate and thus more dangerous. Be on your guard. Use the artifact to get into the Cleopatra's palaces and find the rest of the armor. Tread carefully now. And not too much sightseeing.
And there we go. So when you get the Pharos knot and the Pharos pillar, if you come back here to Jean, you'll get that dialogue. It's all optional. You don't have to do this, but the last time I played this game a few months ago, I didn't do this because I wanted to save it for this 25th anniversary playthrough. Because it's not something I do all the time when I play this game. I think it was a few years ago the last time I did that. Alright, so when you get poisoned, going between loading screens won't get rid of the poison. The only way to do so is to actually use a health kit. And that'll get rid of any poison that Lara has. Dr. Darling, can skeletons swim? Lol. Imagine a mod that enables that. Thankfully not in this game. Thankfully they can't. Because that'd be really fucking annoying. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there is a way to make a mod make that happen. That's right, Peerwin, yeah, harpies. I think that's what they call them in this game as well. No, not sure. Yeah, E-Tone. It's a pretty good jam, that one. Welcome on in. How's things going? Yeah, Piran, I like doing that to those scarabs. Make them fall off that part. We have a statue of Cleopatra. So the things that Lara took out of the wall are these black beetle things. And one of them is a broken beetle. Now Lara has picked up the winding key. Yeah, Pewin, I sure do. Yeah, my favorite Tomb Raider is still this one, actually. It's also the first one that I ever played. So it was also an early PlayStation 1 title that I owned. But I love the setting. And it came out the same year as one of my favorite action-adventure movies, The Mummy, the 1999 remake with Brendan Fraser. And already being a fan of things like Indiana Jones and games like Prince of Persia, it was like, oh, you know, this type of game is right up my alley. Plus also another game that was the first one in a series that I'd actually played that came out the same year as this was Resident Evil 3 Nemesis. That was my first Resident Evil game. Anasune, when you were listening to the stream in the background, you started to realize some of the voice sound effects are very odd out of context. Yeah, I definitely know which ones you mean. That's for sure. Dr. Darling, she's like, leave me alone, I'm trying to work here. Exactly. Damn scarab beetles. Friggin' skeletons running around with swords. Just leave me in peace. Need to get this done. Thank you, Anasune, for redeeming the Red Dead 1 or 2 quote. Oh, are they, Pewin? Your books are here? 1 minute? No worries at all. Oh, that's good that they arrived. Okay, so I've got one. Get up, old man. I'm up. Get up. There, I'm up. Well, thank the good Lord you're back. Nothing worse for an old man than sleeping in the warm afternoon sun. You want a long sleep, Uncle? That can be arranged, and it'll cost me less in food. You always were a hard and nasty man, John Marston, and you always was a useless, conniving thief. Where's them cattle? Did you take them to pasture? I was coming around to that. When exactly? It's easy to pick on the elderly. It's easy, but it ain't dignified. Come on, old man. Let's do this together. Alright, so that's from one of the later missions in Red Dead Redemption 1. I can't do an uncle impression. I can't even do a John Marston impression. But I wanted to make the two voices different to each other. Thank you, Anasune, for redeeming that. And now, Lara has picked up the mechanical scarab. So we need to combine this with the winding key to create the mechanical scarab with key. This is what happens if you don't use the mechanical scarab in these parts. Lara becomes a shish kebab. Understand, you think the uncle one was close, or at least close enough to tell that it was uncle, if that makes sense. Oh yeah, Anasune, yeah. Well, thank you for that. Yeah, because like, number one, I can't actually do an American accent, so that right there as a base kind of is difficult. And Uncle in Red Dead Redemption 1, he does have that sort of like gravelly sort of like old man voice as well. Um, Whereas in Red Dead Redemption 2, because the actor unfortunately was unable to do the role, like I think he recorded some lines of dialogue, the original Uncle actor in Red Dead 2, but he unfortunately passed away, and so they got another actor to come in to play Uncle in Red Dead 2. I think you can still hear the original voice actors' stuff somewhere in the game of Red Dead 2. And then John Marston, his sort of voice, like, I remember seeing an interview with Rob Wiedoff, and he was talking about how, for him, with the voice, it's Marston's angry a lot of the time. So a lot of the dialogue, even when he's not supposed to be angry, the dialogue is almost like angrily said by him, if that kind of makes sense as well. Yeah, Troll, that was definitely a Lara rest in peace. You're not wrong there. That's a free one. Yeah, Keanu, rest in peace, Lara. Ew, they smell so good. Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's the thing about new book smell. Hey there, Troll. That's a cool emote. I should say it's a heated emote. Honestly, I didn't know the original voice passed. That's sad, honestly. It really is. It would have been cool to have him do the role for the prequel. In one way, recasting makes sense in terms of like what age Uncle is. I mean, as they joke, he's always been an old man, but I mean, he is younger comparatively in Red Dead 2 than he is in Red Dead 1. So the thing with this mechanical scarab is that it's not unlimited. You actually get limited uses of it before it actually breaks and can't be repaired. Okay, so Lara now has the right gauntlet of Horus.
No. No.
Alright, so I'm not 100% sure about something, so I want to do another save slot. Okay, so that item that I had Lara put into that slot there was another Pharos knot, so we've put that in there. This next part's going to be tricky, because there's a clone of Lara that if you or the enemy shoot at it, you lose health, and eventually Lara will die. The enemies that are flying around will attack Lara's copy, and if they kill her, then you die too. And doing just the dual pistols means that it's going to take a lot of shots to shoot these flying enemies, because I'm not allowed to use anything more powerful. So this part's going to be fucking annoying. Troll pyramids, how do they work? I don't think they work at all. I think they just stand there all day doing nothing. These damn skeletons aren't going to help any matters. Aren't going to help matters any. In terms of the skeleton enemies, the question is, who will they attack? Looks like they've only locked onto me. What's annoying is you can't switch who you're aiming at. Hello, Sheila. I'm doing good, thanks, dude. How's things with you? I've reached a point where this is going to be really annoying, only being able to use the dual pistols. Because this copy of Lara, if you shoot it, if the enemies hit it, if it dies, you die. and I can't switch targets, Lara auto aims, and in the previous games, once you locked onto one target and started shooting, it would stay locked onto that target until that target was dead, or you let go of shooting and then you could shoot the next target, and so on and so forth. But in this game, they did away with that, so if an enemy that you're shooting gets obstructed by another enemy, then Lara will start shooting the enemy that blocked the other one. You're good, you're just trying to fix your mic and headset. It doesn't work anymore since the Windows update yesterday. Oh, sorry to hear about that, dude. I hate when that kind of shit happens, when an update ruins stuff. It's like, seriously? What I'm going to do is make us another save, but when I'm at the point where that flying enemy is going to appear. Well, it's a good thing that the skeletons will only attack Lara. They won't attack her double. Otherwise, I would have been having to reuse I'll use all my fucking medkits. These fucking skeletons, I tell you what. Fucking persistent. Pirwin cannot kill the skeletons, not without using a weapon that can blast them back off a ledge, or using an explosive weapon. And for this playthrough, I'm only allowed to use the dual pistols. And you can't switch targets when you're shooting, so trying to shoot that flying bird and not shooting the skeletons, which I can't do damage to, versus also trying to stop Lara from shooting the copy of herself that if she shoots as well, she'll actually take damage too. So I had to spam use a few health kits, unfortunately. But I had like 30 or so small medipacks, so it's not like it was a big a big loss. But still, quite frustrating and annoying. But yeah, normally I'd take care of the skeletons to make sure they weren't involved. The only upside to this whole scenario here is the fact that the skeletons don't actively attack the copy of Lara that's down there, the statue of her. Otherwise it would really be a pain, because they'd be doing damage to her as well, which would then do damage to Lara herself. Sheila, it should be fixed. You had to uninstall your mic and headset and reinstall it. How you love Windows updates. They never break anything. They never do, Sheila. Like, never in the history of Windows has it ever had a thing where the update will break something. Like, it's just since day one. So the two items that Lara just got there is the ornate handle and the Hathor effigy. We need to combine these to create the Portal Guardian. That's right, Pewin. Yeah, boss fight. While having those annoying friggin' skeletons that were still hanging around. Good thing they didn't get into the actual element thing. Not that type of game, unfortunately, Pewin. It'd be cool if you could. Be awesome to be able to have that weapon. Not that if you could, that I could use it in this playthrough, but yeah. Alright, so make sure I've got what I need. So we have the breastplate of Horus, the left greave, the right greave of Horus, and we have the left gauntlet and the right gauntlet of Horus. Nice. So I've got all I need.
Congratulations! You survived to fight another day. I trust that you now have all the armor. Jean-Yves shall be escorting us to Cairo, not entirely of his own free will, I admit. A simple trade, his life for the armor of Horus. Do not take too long thinking it over. Yours apologetically, Werner.
There we go. So Von Croy is now possessed by Set. At the start of this level, you have two assholes shooting at you straight away. You have one that has like the Uzis, and then you have another who has the friggin' grenade launcher. And this is another part of the game where there's like separate sections divided by loading screens that you need to backtrack and go back and forth in as well. But it's good to get those levels done. And what I'm going to do is take a break now, and then when I come back, we'll continue on. I'm going to take a 10-minute break. Just leave it on that screen, and I'll just put a be right back message as well and pin it to the top of chat. I'll go on a 10 minutes break, and then I'll be back. Stay here. I'll be back. Okay, back from my break. Hey there, Inmita. You're back, but Rod isn't. That timing. Welcome back. I hope work is still going, well, if it's not, quiet bad, hopefully it's, still quiet good. Hey, Saber, good morning to you. How's things been going? Welcome on in. Thanks for the welcome back, Inmita. It's still quiet, but a good quiet. Oh, excellent. That's good. That's good. I just got past quite a few levels that were interconnected, um, and there was some very annoying parts, considering I can't kill skeletons, because to kill them I need to use other weapons. Thanks for the welcome back as well, Schiller. I had one part where I had all these skeleton enemies chasing after me, and I couldn't kill them. Had to go around and collect certain items, and then there was this clone of Lara that gets created. If you shoot the clone, if enemies hit the clone, it loses health, which means you lose health. And in this game, you can't change who you're aiming at. So if there's multiple enemies all together, you have to sort of like try and get it so that Lara starts shooting at the enemy that you want. But it's very, very tricky. So I had to be careful not to shoot the clone. And thankfully the skeletons didn't go after the clone. It was only these flying enemies that can actually shoot shit that were going after the clone. But still, I had to use quite a few health kits as well. And that's what I got past before going on the break. It made to remind you of Witcher 3, where you see a clone of Geralt. Yeah! Yeah, it's interesting the use of like a doppelganger in stories as well. Like in the original Prince of Persia, there's a doppelganger of the character who gets created when he gets trapped, and there's a glass mirror, and it's a two-sided mirror, and so he has to run and jump through it, and when he does, a double of himself is created, which trolls him later, doing things like taking health potions and all that kind of stuff. And in the original Tomb Raider, you have a clone of Lara that doesn't have skin, and if you hit it, it'll take damage, and you'll die. And then there's another doppelganger in which one was it? There's another one. Because you got this one with the clone that I just dealt with, then you got the doppelganger in Tomb Raider Underworld as well. And then you got the Anniversary game, which is a remake of Tomb Raider 1, and you got a doppelganger in that too. That's all good in Mita. Absolutely no worries at all. Good to see you in chat again. Hope that work goes well. I'll be streaming for a little bit longer, but I'm not too sure how it will pan out. It just depends on where I get up to. But thank you so much for popping in again. Would like to definitely recommend people check out Amita's channel. He's doing a first ever playthrough of God of War Ragnarok. Recently, he's also started a playthrough off stream of, what was the game? Damn it. Oh, Vampire. That's right. The game Vampire. He's doing a playthrough off stream of that. A great streamer with a great channel, so definitely recommend. Here we go. So we have the Revolver. Like the Crossbow, you can actually attach the laser sight to it. The only time in this playthrough I'm allowed to use the Crossbow or the Revolver is when I need to actually shoot objects with a scope that can't be shot with the dual pistols. So they're exceptions. So I've picked up the Revolver, but can only use it when I need to aim at something. because of the dual pistols thing, I'm also not allowed to run over enemies and kill them with the motorbike. So there's these automatic gun turrets. There's an example of one back this way, which is actually broken, but Lara will still aim at it, even though it's not actually active anymore, which is that one there. On the back of them, you've got a flammable part. So these can be destroyed. There's some gun turrets that are up above on a rooftop that, if you get in the right position and the right distance, and you aim with the revolver, with the scope or the crossbow, and you actually hit the right spot, you can actually blow these up. Because these gun turrets are not required to be destroyed for progression, it means that I'm not allowed to destroy them. However, if there's a turret that is in the way of actually getting past something and trying to get past or get killed, and I'm not quick enough to heal or it's impossible, then and only then am I allowed to actually destroy them. But I'm not able to take advantage of a tactic that I like to use normally, because I'm only allowed to destroy objects that are required for progression, and they can only be destroyed with a scoped weapon. So they're the exceptions. Alright, so there's those gun turrets I was talking about. Normally what I like to do is destroy them. But I'm not going to be able to do that for this playthrough. Babs. Hello there. How's it going? That is awesome. Whoop whoop. It's Lara time. Absolutely. Yes, celebrating this game's 25th anniversary. Thank you so very much for the subscriptions. That's awesome. It's the first time I'm seeing the message done in that way. 6-month gift subscription courtesy of Lucinda has entered month 2. Well, that's really cool. That's so generous of Lucinda to do as well. And thank you so much for that, Babs. I really do appreciate it a lot. I hope you're having a good day. How's things going? Oh, that's excellent, Babs. I'm glad to hear that you're going good. That's excellent. Sounds like you might have a cold like me. Well, I don't know if I've got a cold, but the last couple of days I have had like sniffles here and there, which is damn annoying when it happens. But otherwise feeling fine. Absolutely, yeah, Lucinda is definitely great. It's very generous of her to do the gift subbing as well that she's done too. Another great streamer. Babs, so no allergy season over there now, right? Not necessarily, but sometimes with just the temperature, you know, like changing and all that kind of stuff. There's certainly like flowers that will set that off, especially when it's really hot. It's so funny, I look at how many health kits I have now. 23 small medipacks and 23 large medipacks. Which, you know, is still a decent amount, but to my mind I'm like, damn it, I'm running low. Babs, your seal is like that. If she's not at max health kit capacity, she's nervous. Yeah, it's like, I could use this health kit now, but then I'd only have 45 left instead of having 46. They ended up making the bats more annoying because in the first game you can pretty much cheese them easily, but the programmers wised up and they were like, let's make the rate at which the bats actually get to you and change direction be quicker. What's funny, and I wonder if they will actually fix this in the remaster, but you might think that if you've already gotten the laser sight, that finding this one here means you'll get two. Nope. Even if you have one, the second one you pick up will replace whatever one you had. So if you had it in a crossbow, or if you had it in your revolver, the first one you got, when you pick up the second one, it won't appear in your inventory as a separate laser sight. So I hope in the remaster they actually make it so that you can have two laser sights. That way, it means you don't have to keep on attaching it to the revolver, and then if you want to use it on the crossbow, detach it from the revolver, attach it to the crossbow. Then if you want to use it on the revolver again, detach it from the crossbow, attach it to the revolver. So I hope they actually make it so that you can get 2, and then you can just apply each one to the revolver and the crossbow without ever having to deactivate, deactivate, detach. Because I can actually shoot that item with the dual pistols, it means that I have to actually shoot that without using the sight to avoid hitting the hornets. Then you slide into here, and then what that will do is it'll make that layer of water ice, so you can walk on it. But yeah, normally I would just use the scope to shoot and make sure that I don't hit the hornet's nest. But in this playthrough, because I can actually hit that blue thing with the dual pistols, I had to hit it with that. But there are some more things coming up in the game where I absolutely must shoot it with the revolver or the crossbow. So this part here that we're up to is actually where the level starts. If you don't kill those two enemies that were there shooting at you as soon as the level started, then when you come along here, they'll be here and they'll start shooting at you. So it's definitely good to take them out to prevent that. Unless you're doing a playthrough, I guess, where you're not allowed to kill enemies. Except for, like, you know, bosses and stuff. I hate when that happens. Hey there, Crooked. Thank you so much for the raid, Senny. Muchly appreciated. Welcome on in. Hey there, everyone. Welcome to the stream. How's things going? How is Assassin's Creed 1? How is the Infidel? Die, thief. I'll have your hand for that. I'm poor and sick and hungry. Thank you so very much. For those who didn't come in with the raid, highly recommend checking out Crocodile's channel. He's doing a playthrough of the very first Assassin's Creed. He's actually got a mod installed that adds heaps of extra parkour moves that were in the original code of the game, but it took modders to actually bring them out and activate them to make them something that you can utilize. And he's doing a historical order run of not only the Assassin's Creed series, but multiple different games on different genres. For example, he's also going to be doing some Red Dead Redemption 1 and 2, Ghost of Tsushima, as well as the Plague Tale games as well, as part of this overall playthrough that he's doing. And he's going to be playing through games in timeline order up until the 1940s as well. So yeah, quite a unique and really interesting way to play through a whole variety of different games. And he also has a channel point redeem where you can actually redeem it and a video will be looked at or a Wikipedia article be read about some element of history related to the game that he's actually playing and what part of the world it's in and all that kind of stuff. Tomb Raider is going really good, thanks, dude. I came across the first really annoying part with not being able to kill those skeletons. So here's the setup, right? You got this big room, there's multiple levels. There were these skeletons that I couldn't kill that followed me into this area. There's these flying winged things that shoot projectiles at you that also appear. There's a doppelganger of Lara that actually appears. If you shoot it, or if the enemies attack it, then the damage that gets done to it gets done to you. And if it dies, you die. Thankfully, the skeletons didn't attack it, so that actually helped. But the flying friggin' creatures. Now the thing is, you can't change which enemy you're aiming at. So if there's 5 enemies in front of you, whichever one Lara locks onto first is the one that she'll start shooting at when you start firing. But if another enemy enters the line of sight, she might change and shoot that one instead. So I wanted to actually not shoot the doppelganger, but shoot the flying enemy, but also not shoot the skeletons because there was no point, because you can't kill them unless you use the shotgun to knock them off an edge or you blow them up. And so I had all these elements that were fighting against me. I finally got through, but it was just so funny too, because there were 2 bigger enemies that I ended up having to fight once I got past that section. And luckily there was 2 skeletons that followed Lara, but they didn't follow her directly into the same arena, so that worked out well. But that so far has been the most annoying and frustrating part of this playthrough, not being able to use anything except for the dual pistols. Except if there's an item that I need to shoot, like targets that had to be shot earlier in a certain time limit, otherwise you can't get an item that you need, things like that. Crooked, it was good, thanks. You killed another 2 targets, Talal in Jerusalem and Garnia de la Plus in Acre, and everything went pretty smoothly. Well, apart from Garnia magically turning around the moment you wanted to assassinate, but you just counter Hidden Blade killed him and only him shortly afterwards, so it was all good. But it felt pretty cheap by the game because he had his back exposed when you tried to assassinate. You wanted to assassinate him, not me, lol. It's so frustrating though, because yeah, I've tried my best to actually kill him without him detecting, and yeah, he's just that target where it's like, no. Even if you sneak up on him, if no other enemies see you, and he doesn't actually know you behind him, as soon as you go to attack, he sees you and runs, it's like, so damn frustrating. But GG's on being able to still get him though, and not actually accidentally, attack an enemy. Lara, Makosa, shoot the flying shits. That's a good way to put it. It was a really tough part, Crooked. If I was able to kill the skeletons, then that would have been fine. And if I could actually use better weapons, then the flying enemies wouldn't have been much of an issue. But yeah, with the dual pistols though, It's a bit of a different story. Here we have another gun turret that is actually broken, so it won't shoot at me. You can actually forget or miss making this open, and then you have to backtrack all the way back and be like, where was it that I messed up? So in the distance there we have a helicopter and we have 2 automatic gun turrets. These are the same ones that I was talking about earlier, that there is a way to destroy these before you even get up to this point. It takes a bit of time because you actually have to go into zoom mode with your scope on your revolver, but you can actually destroy them before you get to this point. However, I wasn't able to actually do that because of this dual pistols only run. So this part's going to be a bit tricky because I need to get over to where it is. So this is going to take crackerjack timing, Wang. Total concentration. Are you ready, Jack? I was born ready. Sorry, I had to go into Big Trouble in Little China quoting mode there. It's my favorite movie. Whoops. It's like, what am I fucking doing? That's not the action I had to take. the flamethrower. Get in the water. Oh, there is no water. Hey Foxenheim, thank you so very much for the raid. Muchly appreciated. How's it going? How was Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver 2 remastered? Oh, very nice. That's cool that you're doing that game. I haven't played the Soul Reaver games for a very long time. I really liked the first one a lot. The second one I didn't feel was as good as the first Soul Reaver, but it was still a good game. Welcome on in. And that's no worries at all for the shout out. Need advice for this part? I don't, Fox. Yeah, I'm actually doing a challenge where I'm not allowed to use any other weapon except for dual pistols. And I'm not allowed to destroy things that don't have to be destroyed if I can avoid it as well. So if there's a way to get past this without using any other weapons to blow up the thing, then I've got to just keep on trying until I get it. I was getting across there before without getting caught on fire. Now the game is randomly just making it happen. Maybe it's because of the rate at which it was firing, because before I was actually waiting. Crawled behind it. Yeah, Fox. Yeah, I've never done this kind of playthrough before of the Tomb Raider series. So I thought I'd do it for this game's 25th anniversary. Foxenheim, yeah, you agree. Soul Reaver 2 was not nearly as good as 1. Enjoyed the story a lot. The Soul Reaver 1 remaster is very good. They remade all textures and models and is a great improvement. Oh, very nice, Fox. That's cool. Because I think it's the same people who did the remasters of Tomb Raider 1, 2, and 3, and also 4, 5, and 6 that's coming out next year as well. But that's cool, because it's been a very long time since I played either of those games, and I still love the opening of Soul Reaver 1. Like, the music in that is just chef's kiss. Yep, so there's no water nearby. Fox, Soul Reaver 2 Remaster, actually very disappointed. Most textures look exactly the same, probably upscaled, maybe, but it doesn't feel like you're playing a remaster, like with the remasters of 1. That's interesting, though. Like, you would think that because Soul Reaver 2 was PlayStation 2, therefore a different console generation, that it wouldn't be that way around, you know? It's funny, for some reason I thought there was water in there. Not now, but I mean to say, overall, in general. Well, it looks like I'm not going to be able to actually get past this without destroying it. Because no matter what I do, I'm too close to the turret, so it actually burns Lara. There's no water that I can see that's actually nearby. Let's actually have a look and see where the water might be, but it's too far away, and if I end up using all my health kits, then that will be a tragedy, because by my nature I'm a hoarder of medikits in these Tomb Raider games. Yeah, it's weird. Really feel like they did no effort with the second game, but they went through so much effort with Tomb Raider 1 to 3 and Soul Reaver 1. Yeah, it is a shame. I wonder if they would do remasters of the other things. The other Legacy of Kain games, I mean. Fox, you feel the original Blood Omen deserves a proper remake. You would make it a third-person adventure instead of a top-down. It'd be so good. Yeah, because I remember the first time I heard of Legacy of Kain was actually Soul Reaver 1. I had no idea that there was a game previous to it as well. But yeah, if they did it like that, or if they had the option to switch between, if you wanted to get that old school style.
What a thrill, with darkness and silence through the night. What a thrill, I'm searching, and I'll melt into you. What a fear in my heart, but you're so supreme.
I give my life, not for honor, but for you, Snake Eater. In my time, there'll be no one else. Crime. It's the way I fly through you, Snake Eater. I'm still in a dream, Snake Eater. Thank you for redeeming those, Dr. Darling. I got no idea what they're from, but thanks for redeeming them. Yes! Nice. There we go. So, it takes a bit, but you can actually destroy that barrel with the dual pistols without using a weapon other than the dual pistols. So there we go. Problem solved. Dr. Darling, that's the Snake Eater song from Metal Gear Solid Snake Eater, lol. Thought you'd make an Arnie Bane duet. Oh, I got you now. Yeah, I thought it might have been like a parody of Metal Gear or something. Not that I actually picked up that it was from, like, the actual Metal Gear game, but I knew of the game, but I never actually played it past the opening part. Foxenheim, what? You didn't know that? Me either. Yeah, I was sort of thinking, okay, so there's a certain distance away that the turrets don't pick you up. So I wonder if I can actually shoot the barrel near the helicopter with the dual pistols. And yeah. So what I ended up having to do it is instead of like I had to just basically hold down the shoot button and just tap Lara to keep her sort of like slightly moving a bit. I wasn't expecting that to work, but yeah. Foxenheim's the title song of Metal Gear Solid 3. I gotcha. Yeah. It was probably 20 years ago that I played it last. And I haven't seen anything of it since. Hey there, Gorky. How are you going today? It's good that I know that I can do that, because I can do that for future playthrough. Oh, I don't need to worry about that actually, because if I'm not doing this type of playthrough, then I can shoot with the aiming anyway to destroy those things. Oh, that's great, Gorky. That's excellent. Good to hear that. I just got past a part that usually can just sort of get by through using other weapons, but I managed to get past it just using the dual pistols. There was a helicopter with a explosive barrel next to it, and I managed to get Lara to shoot the barrel with the dual pistols, which also blew up the two gun turrets. Now these flying enemies are gonna be fucking annoying. Not to mention the big giant fucking scorpions later on in the game too. Hey there, Saber. Oh, that's all good. I hope you had a good rest. I hope that your doggo's going well too. That's good that you're comfortable. I hope things are going well. Yeah, I'm having a good day myself, Saber. It's 11:15 at night on Thursday. Is it Thursday today? Or is it Wednesday? It's Thursday. Yeah, Thursday. Days are getting away from me. But yeah, things are going well. Just got past a part in this game where I thought I wouldn't be able to actually do it without using a scoped weapon, but I was able to actually have Lara shoot an explosive barrel near a helicopter and 2 gun turrets with the dual pistols, because I'm only allowed to use the dual pistols for, well, if there's something that has to be destroyed because there's a key item for it, then I'm allowed to use the revolver or the crossbow with the scope if it's an item that needs to be shot with the scope. But for that part, I had to actually try and get past it or whatnot. But one of the turrets has a flamethrower, and there's no water nearby, so I couldn't even cheese it by constantly using health kits until I found water to put Lara out as well. So yeah, she was whining at the door, so you let her in. Her first decision was pick me up on the bed. Yeah, dogs are so funny. So they are. Dr. Darling, it's not Thursday. It's Tomb Raider Last Revelation 25th Anniversary Dual Pistols Only Part 2. My phone says Thursday, 12th of December. Unless you're just being funny. That's all good, Dr. Darling. Nothing wrong with trying. Hey there, Biko, welcome. How's things going for you today? As for me, doing good. This game and this part being a bit challenging. Only able to use the dual pistols. But this might be something that I have to take in exception with because I need to get into where it is. However, that tactic that I just tried to do, it could have potentially actually worked if I did it right. So I want to test that first. You going alright, Biko? Oh, that's good to hear. Welcome on in. That fucking thing. Last time I went there, it didn't do that. But I didn't do it exactly the same way, to be fair. Alright, so you can sneak past it like that. Alright. It's annoying how it anticipates when you do the jump, even if it actually hasn't literally seen you yet. So it starts to flamethrower straight away. Alright, so this is going to have to be a turret exception, because even if I was to do a large medipack spam in the hopes of coming across water, there is no water. Alright, so I'm allowed to destroy that one. Alright, so for this gun turret, I have to make an exception to the rule where I can't use any other weapon except for dual pistols, because I do need to actually get there. There's no water anywhere near, and even if I could find water, it's probably so far away that it's in a completely different section, and I wouldn't be able to get there with the amount of health kits that I had. And so for this one gun turret, I need to actually destroy it using a different weapon. So we're going to separate the laser sight from the crossbow and combine it with the revolver. And then I'm going to use the revolver. There we go. So I've done that to destroy that. Now to go back to the pistols. Alright, so this item that we needed to get was a key card. The weapon code key. So now Lara has picked up the valve pipe. Biko, you still remember all of the music from every Tomb Raider game. It's amazing how much you remember as a kid, things you were fond of, memories forever. That's so true. You know, they kind of become very locked in memories as well. And there's a lot of associations so that when you come across something that sounds like or anything like that, it can make you think of it. Nice one, Dr. Darling. Thanks for using that angry face Lara emote. Very, very on point, considering the facial expression that Lara had there. This is funny. Never seen this before. Hang on. It's a shame she goes transparent, because I'd be able to do like a a Lara Jam emote. Oh no, I can... hang on. That's when she starts to go like that, when I'm... how about this way? It still goes that way. Anyway, moving on. Lara the ghost. The ghost of Lara's past. The ghost of Lara's present, and the ghost of Lara's future. It's a shame that you can't get past that gun turret that I destroyed without getting set on fire, because if it didn't have a flamethrower, I would have just been able to keep on going, take the hits from the actual gunfire, and then get the weapon card, which stops these things from firing at you. However, the problem is that gun turret that I destroyed, there's no way to get past it without getting burned alive. And even if I got the weapon code, there was still the problem of Lara's on fire and not being able to have enough health kits to get her to any water as well. But it's a shame that they have a flamethrower attachment. It'd be good to be able to just, cheese and get it. But yeah, that's why the weapons aren't firing at Lara now. She's got the weapon code key. Card thing. Alright, now the next thing. That there has to be destroyed because the only way for Lara to be able to shimmy past that point is to destroy that thing that's blocking that part of it. And because Lara can't auto-aim with the dual pistols on it, and because I can't go into first-person aiming mode anyway, this might also have to be an exception for using a ranged weapon. Because there's no way that Lara can even jump high enough to be level enough with it. So yeah, I'm going to treat this as I'm allowed to use another weapon. It's not like I can really use the revolver that much, so it doesn't matter if I use some of its ammo. But yeah, you need to destroy this to move on. There we go. Alright, switch back to the dual pistols. There's something I wanted to check. I want to reload this. Alright, so let's see if we can do this again. There we go, managed to hit it again. Alright. I just want to test, there's a soldier that you can speak to, and I just want to see because that valve pipe is one of the key items that you need to add a nitrous boost to the motorcycle. Alright, so I'll still need the motorcycle for this part. forgot. That's right. You need to do a run and jump for that one. What I want to do is I want to go and speak to this soldier before getting either of the items that are needed to add the nitrous boost, because I just want to check for any differences there might be between what he actually says. So, if you want to prevent this enemy from banging the ground and knocking Lara off this ladder, you need to make sure that Lara is doing this climb style, because it's based on whether her feet are actually touching the wall or not. And if you climb up in that style, then he won't hit the ground and knock you off. Alright, so what I want to do is just to test. So I'm going to have...
No.
I'm full of health. I'm going to save over this save here. Just want to test. Alright, so... let's see.
What in God's name has happened here? Where are the rest of my men?
I banged into a couple of them. They appear to have sealed off all the exits.
Yes. Yes, this is good. You must help us to liberate the city.
I'm just here for directions. I need a route to the Citadel.
This is not so good. This is where the main activity takes place.
Activity?
We encountered it as the skies began to darken. A creature from our ancient past. It tore through my men like a firestorm. I managed to station our ammunition truck before the beast, with a mind to igniting the explosive device in the rear. But with renewed vigor, it forced us back. It was as if it knew of our plans.
Beast or no beast, Sarge. I've got to get into that building.
You have spirit. Perhaps, as we retreated, we have mined some of the streets to prevent contamination. 2 of my men are still in the area, out by the northern cemetery. One of them holds the frequency for the mine detector. The other holds the second half of the code for the explosive device.
And if I find them?
Tell them Sergeant Aziza sent you. I heard your motorbike. Once you have the codes, take me on it to the ammunition truck. I shall eradicate the blockage. But hurry, I am not long of this world.
Alright, so that dialogue will happen the way it just did, regardless of whether or not I've come here first before getting any of the parts of the motorcycle. Alright, so I'll still keep that save file. But what I want to do is see now that I've actually got this valve pipe. Just want to see if he says anything different after the initial thing. Dr. Darling, I want to test... No. That was funny, the timing of that. Hey there, Rosie. Welcome. Am I playing with tank controls? Absolutely. Yep. This is the PC version. And I prefer control. Rosie, but it's the remaster? No. That doesn't come out till February. On the 14th. With the remaster of this and 5 and 6. Yeah, Rosie. There's definitely a lot of them. Yeah. There were 5 games that were done in this graphical style. And the 6th one was PS2 era. But that one's being included with the remasters of 4, 5, and 6 though.
What in God's name has happened here? Where are the rest of my men?
I banged into a couple of them. They appear to have sealed off all the exits.
Yes. Yes, this is good. You must help us to liberate the city.
I'm just here for directions. I need a route to the Citadel.
This is not so good. This is where the main activity takes place.
Activity?
We encountered it as the skies began to darken. A creature from our ancient past. It tore through my men like a firestorm. I managed to station our ammunition truck before the beast, with a mind to ignite the explosive device in the rear. But with renewed vigor, it forced us back. It was as if it knew of our plans.
Beast or no beast, Sarge? I've got to get into that building.
You have spirit. Perhaps, as we retreated, we have mined some of the streets to prevent contamination. 2 of my men are still in the area, out by the northern cemetery. One of them holds the frequency for the mine detector. The other holds the second half of the code for the explosive device.
And if I find them?
Tell them Sergeant Aziza sent you. I heard your motorbike. Once you have the codes, take me on it to the ammunition truck. I shall eradicate the blockage. But hurry, I am not long of this world.
Alrighty then, so we have that valve, but after that cutscene that we just saw twice in a row now, even if you get the valve pipe and come here, there's not an extra thing. But I'm going to check that again later once we actually get the next objective. So we're going to be seeing that cutscene quite a few times in this playthrough. Hey there, Oliver. Hello again. Welcome back. How's it going? That's right, Oliver. Yes, Lara Croft has those. Troll, are they real though? Well, these ones are actually pixels in a video game, so they're not real. Oliver, yours are bigger though, and 100% muscle. Damn it, I fucking forgot. You gotta wait till the animation completes before letting go of the grab button, even though technically Lara's feet are actually in line with the ledge. But because the animation for shimmying around a corner was still playing, it meant that that would happen. Troll moves. That's right, I already collected this. I didn't reload the save. Troll, so where are we in the story? We're up to the part where we have to get the nitrous boost for the motorcycle, and we also need to get the mine detonator so we can blow up the minefield. And there's a big, like, dragon dinosaur lizard thing. Oliver, you got 3 Tomb Raider games a while back when they were given for free on Epic Games. You've only played one of them so far, lol. Oh, that's cool. That's great you got them for free on Epic. Yeah, Troll. Yeah, I like the reboot. Yeah, I'm a fan of both versions of Lara. Your favorite is still Underworld, though. Now that game, if they ever remaster that, I hope they fix the camera, because that's my only real issue with that game. But everything else about it, I like the story, I love the soundtrack, the visuals, the graphics, you know, all that kind of stuff. All that's good. The fact that you can target separate enemies with the dual pistols, you know, that's really cool. But yeah, the camera just really, really lets it down for me, though. Oliver, great games. Lara parkour, absolutely. Parkour is a wonderful thing. Troll, the camera is always the main boss. Oh yeah. Especially when you're in the middle of doing a swing on a rope, and you're just trying to get the timing of the swing right, and the jump, and then the camera angle switches on you automatically. At the moment that potentially you could have decided to start the jump, but you get put off by the camera changing quickly, and you might mistakenly think you're misjudging the jump, and then boom, you're dead. Fun times. Troll, Lara really does have that titanium bone structure. Oh yeah, absolutely. Oliver, wife material. It's funny you say that though, because Lara's parents in the original timeline, they wanted her to get married. They wanted her to get married to this Earl or Duke or someone. And Lara was like, no. Wanted to be an adventurer, independent, do things on her own. And her parents were like, but we don't want you to. We want you to get married. You have to get married. We've arranged it. And Lara's like, no. And they're like, fine. You're not our daughter anymore. You don't get to have any of your inheritance. And Lara was like, fine. Fuck you then. It didn't actually go down like that. I'm sure she didn't say to her parents, fuck you. But in the original timeline, the original Lara, her parents actually disowned her. So they're very much still alive. It wasn't until they did the Tomb Raider Legend game that they decided to make it that Lara's parents, by the time she was an adult, were actually dead. And then the reboot trilogy, starting with 2013, took that same route as well. But yeah, in the original timeline, from Tomb Raider 1 up until the Angel of Darkness, Lara's parents were still alive. They just didn't think of her as their daughter anymore, because she refused to marry that guy that they wanted her to marry. She didn't say, she didn't decide not to marry because she loved someone else. She just was like, I want to live life my own way, on my own terms. I don't want to be, dragged down by others. I don't want to have, the feeling like I'm not in charge of my own life, those sorts of things. But her parents are like, no, you have to get married because we're rich and he's rich and, Troll, they did indeed. They also wanted her to be more traditionally feminine. Instead, she became a total tomboy. Yeah, and there's that side of it too, as well. Like characters just wanting to live life the way that they want to. But personally, I think Lara works better without any love interests as well. It was, I do believe, the comics and Tomb Raider: The Angel of Darkness that made Lara sort of have love interest characters. And then, of course, the movies with Angelina Jolie did the same thing as well. But primarily in the video games, it wasn't until Angel of Darkness in 2003 that they decided to try and give Lara a love interest in the form of this guy named Curtis, who's a piece of shit. Exactly, Oliver. A true free spirit. But yeah, there's just some ways the characters intrinsically are, and that's how they should stay. And there's some things that it doesn't have to be so rigidly that the whole time, but like the things that make a character have fans, you don't want to take too much of that away, or you don't want to lessen too much of that. Yeah, troll. A free bird, like the song. There's a loading screen that we go through coming up, so Lara will get her full health back. Now we're going to see this cutscene again with this guy.
What in God's name has happened here? Where are the rest of my men?
I banged into a couple of them. They appear to have sealed off all the exits.
Yes. Yes, this is good. You must help us to to liberate the city.
I'm just here for directions. I need a route to the Citadel.
This is not so good. This is where the main activity takes place.
Activity?
We encountered it as the skies began to darken. A creature from our ancient past. It tore through my men like a firestorm. I managed to station our ammunition truck before the beast, with a mind to igniting the explosive device in the rear. But with renewed vigor, it forced us back. It was as if it knew of our plans.
Beast or no beast, Sarge. I've got to get into that building.
You have spirit. Perhaps, as we retreated, we have mined some of the streets to prevent contamination. 2 of my men are still in the area, out by the northern cemetery. One of them holds the frequency for the mine detector. The other holds the second half of the code for the explosive device.
And if I find them?
Tell them Sergeant Aziza sent you. I heard your motorbike. Once you have the codes, take me on it to the ammunition truck. I shall eradicate the blockage. But hurry, I am not long of this world.
Rosie, there's a very specific femininity to old school posh Lara, you think? Yeah. And it's one of those things like there's a whole thing that can be said about, what she wears and all that kind of stuff as well. And everyone has their own level of what they're accepting for both themselves or, others and stuff. But I think the key thing is that as individuals, it's good to have your own barometer for yourself as well. And I feel like there's a lot of people that change what they wear because others don't like what they're wearing, even though they themselves might like it. And in some way, that's kind of like others' influence dictating to them how they should dress and all that kind of stuff. Where I feel like if someone really wants to dress a certain way, then that's actually up to them to decide. And, if someone doesn't like that, well, they should just look at themselves and what they're wearing and decide if they like what they're wearing or not. Just worry about that. But yeah, the thing with Lara is there was a lot of, even back when the first game came out, it was sort of like unprecedented the level at which a female main character in a video game reached the heights of. She wasn't obviously the first video game character that was female, but you had sort of like magazine covers and stuff with the character rendered outside of the context of the actual game, and all that kind of stuff, and created a big sort of like created big waves and stuff like that. Troll, what in the hell is even that? Pewin, what's that? Oliver, time to call a Witcher for this situation. Pewin, let's call the Doom guy to help us. I know, right? Like, I still don't know what it actually is, because, I mean, in some ways it could be like a dragon, but it doesn't fly, so it's not like a flying dragon. I think it's more like some kind of lizard-like prehistoric sort of animal, maybe. Ogorki, is it you, or did they change the place where your name is? It was on the bottom and it's at the top. Oh yeah, that happened to me too, Ogorki. When I went to change the stream title for this stream, before I started streaming, I was like, hang on, that's supposed to be on the bottom. So I don't know if there's an option to actually switch back to how it was, but yeah, they've changed it so it's on the top now. Rosie, which is mostly gone in the new games. You wouldn't go so far as to say the character is worse, but it's not as proudly feminine. There's a middle ground that would be more optimal, you think? Yeah, and that's the other thing too, as well. Like the reboot version of Lara, she mainly wears a lot of long pants, and very rarely do you see her wearing anything that shows too much skin, except for maybe like some outfits where you see her arms and her like the top of her shoulder, and things like that with some of the outfits and stuff. Um, and then, of course, you get the tank tops as well and all that kind of stuff too. So there's that as well. But outside of the tank top, really, there's nothing along the same lines as in the old school, Tomb Raider games as well. I think with anything, you can go to an extreme too far. And so, you can go really extreme in saying that there should be no characters at all that have any part of their skin showing except from their neck up, and all that kind of stuff. But it's kind of like restricting then. But you can also go the other way too, where it's like, just having a character wear just their underwear the whole time, you know. But then again, each person has their own barometer for what, they are willing to accept and stuff. But it's just when any sort of like extreme gets pushed as this has to be for everyone, when I think it's like, like if I'm setting up a shop to sell something and people don't like the product, then it's not like I'm opening the store and saying, right, everyone in the world has to buy this product. It's like, just set the shop up, and if people like the product, then they'll buy it. If they don't want to buy it, then they won't. Just let them decide on their own. Troll, you're a hoodie boy for life. Yeah. I mean, I don't really wear hoods, even in winter too much. Like, if it's really, really cold outside and I don't want to put a beanie on and I want to protect my ears from getting, earaches and stuff from cold wind. But yeah, Dr. Darling, it hasn't happened to you yet. Oh yeah, with the change in the stream title stuff being on the top instead of the bottom. Yeah, I mean, it might just be on desktop as well. I don't know about mobile Twitch. So if this happens, a trick you can do is you make a save, and then you reload that save, and they disappear. Sometimes they might reappear again after a few seconds, but that's a good way to quickly get rid of those things, because you can't shoot them. These flying sort of like scarab beetle things. Normally I use like a shotgun to deal with them very quickly, but I'm not allowed to do that in this playthrough, so it's just dual pistols. Troll, only 24 small health kits left. Pretty sure we're gonna die. I know, Troll. Very, very low amount. 23 small medipacks, and 25 large ones. Don't know, it's going to be neck and neck getting through the game without using up all those. Yeah, Oliver, rip. It's not very many health kits at all. Alright, so Lara has now picked up the nitrous oxide canister. So we can combine that with the valve pipe to get the nitrous oxide feeder. Oh my god, Rod, you idiot. You didn't save after you fucking got that item? Bloody fucking hell. Because of course I didn't. I was too busy thinking about showing what Lara had actually picked up. Hey there, Wicked. One thing that is kind of sad for you is that they killed Lara's mobility acrobatics in the Survivor trilogy. Yeah, yeah, they definitely did. And I was hoping that with the new game that will eventually come out, that they actually change that too, as well. Because I think there's a lot of moves that could really come in handy. And also, I don't think they'll ever do this, but I always would have, like for a while now, I've wanted to see them do a really in-depth hand-to-hand combat system with Lara. Like, you know, in cutscenes in the reboot trilogy, how Lara will sort of like do certain grapples and things like that. Like, especially in that fight in Shadow of the Tomb Raider on the beach, when she's like, "Don't try me," and then she fights that guy, and the kind of moves that she does, all that kind of stuff. I don't know how easy it would be to implement it, but I think having like a really in-depth thing where Lara could, grab someone by the headbutt them, and then break their neck or something, just something that's a bit more in-depth than just press a button and keep hitting until they're gone. Like in Watch Dogs Legion, for example, it's very, very basic sort of like combat. I don't want that. I want something a bit more advanced as well that you can use instead of just using the climbing axe as like a melee weapon. Actually being able to even pistol whip characters as well, like enemies as well, with the guns.
Your bike will need modifications to clear some of the larger obstacles. Nitrous oxide connected to the carburetor should give you the extra punch. Go, guy, bring me the codes.
Wicked hand-to-hand combat. Damn, they can use one from Hitman Absolution. Not good, but okay-ish quick time event combat. Oh yeah, Wicked. Yeah. I was just thinking too, like in the Uncharted games when you have like hand-to-hand combat scenarios, they're more sort of like, well, I mean, it's been a long time since I've played them, and I've only played them once, but I want to say that not every single, I don't know, I can't remember, like, in the Uncharted games, can you just pick a melee fight with anyone, or is it only just specific enemies the game wants you to melee fight? Like, I know there are enemies that the game wants you to melee fight, but I mean to say, is it only instances of that? Because, I don't know about that for Tomb Raider. Like, I think it would be good if it was something that you could do to any enemy, even enemies with weapons, because you'd have, like, moves to actually, grab the weapon off them, things like that. Now, bro, when it's close to 1 a.m. and you're having a stomach issue, pretty sure your bathroom hates you, but you're feeling much better. I really hate when stomach issues happen at all, but then, let alone when it's like really friggin' early in the morning, or if you're trying to get to sleep, or if you are asleep and then boom, you get hit with it and stuff. Sorry to hear that you got that happening now, bro. Nah, bro, it doesn't help when it's hot as shit, too. Oh, yeah. Sometimes you just don't know either what you might eat or drink earlier in the day that might come to bite you back later, you know, like with stomach issues and stuff. Like I've had things too where you go and you buy something to eat and you never have any problems with it, and then all of a sudden you buy it again and then you eat it and then you have some kind of like, you know, negative gut reaction to it. It's like, really? What the fuck? The last time it happened to me, it was some really fucking delicious food too, and I'm like, fuck. it's like I can't enjoy this damn thing. So I haven't actually touched it again since. But it happened more than once. Like, I bought it a few times, everything was fine. Then I bought it once and then it messed up. Then I thought to myself, oh, maybe it was just a bad batch or something. And then I tried another one and the same thing happened. I was like, oh no, I'm not going to worry trying a third time. Oh, really? Nah, bro. Bloody hell. Yeah, that's the other thing too. Like, the weather where you live can definitely have a negative effect as well. Depending on how, you know, hot it might get. Or cold, if it's something related to getting cold and something makes you sick. Although meanwhile, it's minus 3 degrees Celsius. I really, really like the cold. However, there are limits, so I don't know how I'd go with that. Nah, bro, yeah, you ate some bread from your usual chicken place, and usually you don't eat after 7 p.m., but around 8 you were feeling noshy. Well, that is a shame that that's the reaction that's happened, as well. But yeah, like, this is the thing too, like, depending on how something's made, like, can also have an effect too. Oliver feels like minus 9 Celsius because of the cold ass wind. You liked the beat when shooting. Oh yeah, yeah. That last one that you heard me do, that was my favorite beat that you can do with the dual pistols.
Ah, 'tis the season, Rog.
That is true, Coyote. Another December. Getting closer and closer to the end of December. And then it's Christmas time. Oh, Gorky, it's minus 10? Oh, really? Minus 10? That definitely is a good cold temperature. Like, I'd rather that than be like, 40 degrees Celsius. Alright, so as you can see, Lara can't shoot this lock off by using the dual pistols. And Lara needs to get through there, so this is another exception where I'm allowed to use a different weapon. So it's time to switch to the revolver and use the laser sight on that. There we go. Now switch back to the dual pistols. Keone, you wish it was minus 10 Celsius this hot there. I don't blame you for wishing for the much colder sort of thing, It's like, even just for a taste of it. Oliver, 20 to 25 Celsius is perfect. Yeah, I definitely don't mind around that either as well. Like anything beyond that is just ridiculous. Yeah, no, bro, it's like, come on, Lara, can't you just shoot that with the dual pistols? Like, it's just right there. Thanks for the GGs, Oliver. Alright, so Lara has picked up the roof key. I don't always read out what item Lara has picked up in a playthrough, but for the 25th anniversary, I'm doing little bits of extra stuff. Nah, bro, 20 degrees with little to no humidity is gold. Absolutely. That's definitely good. Although, what about the rod key? That's a good question. Must have left it in my other jacket. And nah, bro, a key? Even better, it's a drawing of a key. A drawing of the key that you need will definitely get you a long way. It won't get you a long way beyond the thing you need to open using the actual key, but, you know, you can still go a long way in other directions without actually having the key and just having the picture of the key. Yeah, no, bro. Classic Jack Sparrow. I remember in the movie Dumb and Dumber how there's a lot of the money that the villain wanted to have, and when he finally sees the briefcase or the bag or whatever it is, he opens it up and there's all these bits of paper with IOU written on it. And he's like, "Where's the money?" And then he's kind of like, "Those, sir, are IOUs. And they're just as good as money." Alright, so this thing through there, we need to actually shoot that. We can't progress without shooting it. So this is another example of something where I'm allowed to, in this playthrough, use a weapon, not the dual pistols, by using the revolver and aiming at that. And good one, Oliver. But where's the rum? Nah, bro, I got a jar of dirt. I got a jar of dirt, and guess what's inside it? Oliver, Joe Mama. Nah, bro, why is the rum gone? I know, right? Come on, why is it always gone? Like, seriously. Alright, I don't want to use that many shots, but I was just using as many shots as I could to calibrate and figure out. Alright, so... I hate very finicky stuff like this, like... It can be deceiving because where you've actually aimed the reticule doesn't mean that's actually where the ammo is hitting. Shouldn't take this many shots to do this. There we go, finally got it with one shot. Once I knew exactly where I needed to shoot. So now that I've done that, switch back to the dual pistols now. Must have been terrible. Well, it bloody is now. I love it because it turns even the most respectable gentleman into a complete scoundrel. Nah, bro, at Oliver, but why is the rum gone? I've not seen that movie for a very, very long time. I still remember that the last movie I saw that was a pirate movie before that came out was Cutthroat Island, which was a bit of a box office flop when it came out. And I think some people had written off that genre of movies as, oh, it can't be done now because Cutthroat Island was a terrible result, so we can't do pirate movies anymore. But then, of course, Pirates of the Caribbean comes along in 2003. The rest is history. That's true, Oliver, yeah. Definitely proved them wrong. First three movies were awesome. I really liked the first one the most, but I think out of the sequels that I have actually seen, which is the second and third and fourth, well, the second, third, and fourth movies, I think the second one was the one that I liked the most out of the sequels. But as far as overall, I'd still put the first movie. Now, bro, should have stopped at 3. Yeah. Alright, so there's no enemies around here. I've got to be careful in this playthrough too, that when it comes to riding on the motorbike, I don't kill enemies by running over them. You okay, Lara? Okay, so I need to make sure that you don't park the motorcycle too close to that door, because the door has to actually open towards Lara where she is now. And so if the motorbike is in the road, the door will get blocked from the other side. You won't be able to open it. Hello again there in Meta for the third time. How's it going, dude? I'm determined to get to a certain level in the game today. So we're going to continue on. But how's things going? Nah, bro, if Disney... Oliver, easy kills, no? I mean, that would be very easy to just drive over them. Nah, bro, if Disney want Depp back, they better give him a boatload of ass-kissing money. Yeah, I don't know if they will, you know. Like, they were going to do a reboot. So I don't know if they'll do an actual sequel or not. Oliver, Pirates of the Caribbean 6, Amber and the Turd. Oh no. Must be plugged from the other side. Thanks for redeeming that, Dr. Darling. Oh, excellent, Amita. That's great. Glad to hear that you're doing well. That's awesome that you're home from work now. Cool.
Put your gun away. Aziza sent me.
Help me, English. I bleed to death. I try to hide, but those things smell the blood on me.
I've come for the mine frequency. I need to get back to Aziza through this rabbit warren, with both legs intact.
I do a good job with the mines. Not that it does us any good. We're all dead or half dying.
Where are the rest of you? I need the explosive codes.
Saida, my colleague, lies across the roof bridge in the mosque. As we retreated, something new that we had not encountered before came from the shadows like lightning and took his head.
The codes?
Ah, inside his head, inside the creature.
I need those codes.
Search his body. I don't know. Leave me now, for I am weak and wish to prepare myself for my God.
Alright, so this is the mine detonator body. That's true in Meta. Yeah, I think it's for desktop users only at the moment. But I haven't actually checked on my own mobile app as yet. But yeah, it's annoying when that stuff happens, because before I started this stream, I was like, right, I need to update my title. And then I looked and I was like, hang on, where's it? Oh, it's at the top. It's like, okay. Only for PC now? Yeah. Hopefully they give you the option to change it, if you want to put it back to the way it was. And now Lara has the handle. You definitely want to make sure that you pick these items up, because the game doesn't direct you to them. And now we have the carjack body. Combine that with the crossbow? No, I don't think so. Combine that with the handle to get the carjack. Nah, bro, how'd you know she was a Nazi? She talks in her sleep. Oh yeah, from Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade movie. where the Nazis want to find where the Holy Grail is, so they first get the help of Indiana Jones's father, and he doesn't know at the time that that's who they are, but he eventually finds out, but they put him in a castle to be held captive. And he intended for his diary to actually go to Indy so that Indy could keep it away from the Nazis. But Indiana Jones, who also doesn't realize that Elsa is actually a Nazi, helps her continue where her and his father left off, and he brings the diary with him because he thinks that his father wants the diary back. And then anyway, fast forward to when Indy actually goes to rescue his father, and the Nazi is like, give us the diary. And then Indiana Jones's father's like, do you think my son would be so stupid to bring that back with us? And then he looks to his son, and Indy's like, oh man, it's just such a funny moment, But that's the great thing about that movie, is the banter between Sean Connery as Indiana Jones Sr. Well, he's not called that. Henry Jones Sr. And Indy's name is Henry Jones Jr. But yeah, the banter between them is just so funny. And then his father's like, I should have mailed it to the Marx Brothers. Oliver, you're on phone right now, so it looks the same for you, does it? Oh, okay, yeah. Well, that's good, though, that it stays that way. It does look weird in me to, it's like, can't just leave things where they are, can you, Twitch? It's like, just leave it there. Now, bro, the best indie movie, no ticket. And then they all bring out their tickets because they don't want to get thrown out. It's so funny, too, when they all think that Indy has died. And they're all, like, looking over the edge, and they're sort of, like, being very sad. And then all of a sudden, Indy, who's sort of got his hat's not on, he's got his hair messy, and he's got dust all over him, sort of slowly moves towards them and looks down as well. And they're all looking down in a row. And then his father looks to his right, or whatever it is, and then he does a double take, because he's like, I thought I lost you. Yeah, nah, bro, the whole don't call me junior part is so funny as well. Yeah, no, bro. We named the dog Indiana. It's funny when Salah is like, you were named after your dog? After the dog? I have a lot of fond memories of that dog. Yeah, Oliver, Sean Connery was an absolute legend. Hey there, dudes. Welcome. This game hurt your head so bad back in the days you played for a whole day that ended deleting it. Oh yeah, and dudes, like, there's a lot of parts in this game where it's very, very unclear what you need to get, sometimes as well, and where it actually is. Like, for example, earlier in the game, there's that part where you have to get a hook off a wall, but the game doesn't tell you you need to get a hook off the wall. It's just expecting you to think, okay, so there's an item that we need to get that Lara can't reach. So need to get something to reach it. Okay, so what could reach it, you know? And then it's like explore around and try and find and all that kind of stuff. Now, bro, after rewatching Temple of Doom recently, you were like, why the fuck did your parents let you watch this, lol? Oh yeah, that's the thing about that movie is there's a lot of very horrific stuff. I mean, even in Raiders of the Lost Ark, there was, of course. I mean, people's faces being melted off by some supernatural, magical power out of the Ark of the Covenant. You know, yeah, you know. But Temple of Doom has some really cool set pieces as well. I feel as well, and yeah, the whole minecart chase is really cool. Actually, Rise of the Tomb Raider pays homage to that. Um, when they're running away from the big gush of water and then they get out on the open and they have to, like, you know, split apart, and then the water rushes through the mountain part and then out. In Rise of the Tomb Raider, when Lara's running away and there's like all this water rushing, she sort of like gets on the outside of a cliff thing and then steps aside and then the water rushes through, you know. But yeah, Temple of Doom's actually my favorite one. Oliver, when your PC is so fast you can't read load screen hints. Oh yeah, Oliver. With Splinter Cell Chaos Theory, when I play that on the Xbox Series S, the loading screen for some of the parts where it tells you information goes by so fast it's very hard to actually read it. Now, bro, for years you wondered how Indy knew to close his eyes when the Ark was opened. Apparently there's a deleted scene or something that explains it. Oh yeah, I never actually watched the deleted scenes for those movies. It'd be cool to actually see some of them. Biko, right, you're off to walk puppers. Have a nice stream and chat all. Thank you so much for being here, Biko. I really hope that you end up having a great rest of your day. And also, enjoy the walk with Puppy. I hope that the doggo enjoys the walk too. Okay, so his friend did say that he was missing a head. Now we need to get this bull to actually hit these here. There we go. Alright, so what we just picked up was the mine position data. So we combine this with the mine detonator body to get the mine detonator. Dudes, in your country, the Star famous movies were never shown. You don't know why they used to translate and display every famous things, but never Star Trek or Star Wars. So you had to improvise your whole life to get the meme references. Oh, yeah, I can't imagine what that would be like, you know, having to do things in that way. But it's amazing what we can sort of like come up with to get things done as well. I love it we give you the rank of 90s kid. Yeah, I'm definitely a 90s kid. Although there's a lot of things in the 80s that I actually like. A lot of the movies and games and music. But there's definitely a lot of stuff in the 90s that I really like a lot as well. But then again, I like things from many decades. It doesn't really matter what the decade is. Like, there's something that I can like, you know, it doesn't have to be Doesn't have to be either this time period up until present or whatnot. Dude, she got anime translated since the 90s and on televisions. That's good, you know, and being able to have that as well, and then have some memories of it. Yeah, I never actually watched that kind of... Like, when I was growing up, it was mainly like Astro Boy and the original Transformers, and Voltron as well, was the anime that I watched. But as I got older and in years later as an adult and stuff, I never really got into anime. Okay, so this is what happens if Lara just does this. I'll show that again, just so you can see what happened, those who might have missed it. Thank you, Dr. Darling, for redeeming a rest in peace, Lara. Do that again. Absolutely. Dudes, Voltron, yeah. Yeah, I remember, I think when I was a kid, I think it was the character that wore the green was my favorite, but I can't remember the character names now, because I literally haven't seen it since I was a child. Yeah, Oliver, hey, yo. Hey there, Coffee. Welcome on in. Hope things are going well. Do you come from a land down under? It's actually a pretty cool song, that one. I don't listen to it often, but every once in a while I've heard it. That's fair enough in Meta. You didn't really watch anime as well. Yeah. For me, it's nothing against the art form or anything like that. It's just that as I got older, I naturally, for some reason, like, you know, you might think, well, if you watched anime like Astro Boy and Voltron and Transformers, then you might assume that one would still like that style moving forward. But there's just some things that I watched them for a time when I was a child, and then after I got to a certain age, I stopped watching them, and then never, you know, even for nostalgic reasons, went back to have a look or anything like that. Dr. Darling, do that again. Dudes, bro, your neighbors think you're watching some corny shit because of the Lara moaning. Yeah. Oliver, you'll take your chances. Yeah. I'm gonna let that one stay. And it makes you prefer animated movies. Oh, that's fair too, as well. You know, there's definitely a lot of good ones. Okay, so what you actually have to do in this part is use the mine detonator. Okay, so this door opens, but if you have your motorbike parked here, the door won't open, so you'll have to go all the way back around to this side. Oh yeah, and Mita, like Kung Fu Panda and the likes. I never actually saw Kung Fu Panda. I think the last animated movie I watched was one of the Ice Age movies, but I can't remember which one though. Oop, there's an enemy here, I can't run over them. Have to shoot them. Fuck. Crocodiles. What the hell? Who fucking put the crocodile there? I've got no real form of punishment or anything for killing an enemy without using pistols, but... best I can do is reload that safe. Wasn't actually expecting them to be here.
You are a strong woman.
Lara, and you handle yourself pretty well, Sergeant. You've got the codes? What now?
After all we've been through, I think not. This is merely insurance.
Against what?
Against just stopping me from doing my duty. Somebody needs to drive that truck in there.
Kamikaze.
Whatever it takes for my country. In the next life, then, my friend.
Dude, you don't know. You think there was more value in showing kids anime or cartoon, as long as it shows good morale and instill values in kids, not just random stuff. You know, this watches the most random shit and it's sad. Yeah, like I think back to when I was a kid and cartoons like He-Man, Masters of the Universe, for example. Like at the end of every single episode, there'd be kind of like a thing where he would talk to the camera, obviously, speaking to the person watching as well. Having those sort of like, things. I mean, you've watched all Kung Fu Panda and Ice Age movies. Oh, nice. Yeah, I always liked the squirrel in the Ice Age movies. I thought it was very funny. Oliver, interesting motions on that bike rod. Yeah, it's funny because in the Jeep you can actually have Lara turn around and reverse, whereas on the bike you can't do that. So you have to hold down or hold back, and then that's the action. Oliver, Squirrel going to bring out a new Ice Age probably, most likely. I wouldn't be surprised. So I'm going to do a little bit more before I end the stream. I just want to get through this Citadel area.
Thank God you made it. Von Croy, I saw it myself. I would not believe such a thing. He's possessed of Set.
Get out of here, Sean. I have a feeling things may turn nasty.
He's digging under the Citadel, into the Crusaders' vaults, in search of the ceremonial tablet. The tablet which contains Set's binding incantations. Be careful, Lara. I fear there are things in the vaults man was not meant to see.
I'm not a man, Jean, and I'm always very, very careful.
We have it. The ancient ceremonial tablet. Take it and prepare it. And see if the cropped woman has arrived with our armor.
Bloody Templars. Hey there, Gizlek. Thank you so very much for the raid. Sorry about this timing, dude, but I'm actually gonna start to end the stream, but thank you so very much for raiding in, though. I hope that you had a great stream. I'll just put it onto this screen. I forgot that there was this Citadel level, and that it was a long thing. My mind was jumping ahead to the point where you fight the Templar things to get through the area to then see Von Croy. But I forgot this whole other section with moving all the things around and all this kind of stuff. And I just don't have the ability to concentrate on things like that this early in the morning. So it would probably be best if I leave it here and then do the Citadel and the rest of the levels tomorrow. Because I'll just need one more stream to get this done as well. But thank you so much, Gizlek, for the raid. I really do appreciate that. I hope you had a great stream. It's Assassin Christmas forever and ever and ever. Gizlek, no, bloody Templars. It was perfect timing. Absolutely, considering you're playing an Assassin's Creed game, that's for sure. Yeah, it was funny because I was going to raid out to you because I saw that you were playing and I was like, oh cool, Gizlek's playing that. But how's the 60 FPS going with it? Oliver Bros looks like Sean Connery in Indiana Jones. That's a good point. Yeah, what he was wearing was similar. Oliver, damn melons though. Oh, that's all good, dudes. No problem at all. I'm glad that you were able to join the stream and catch some of the gameplay. Thank you so much, dudes. I hope that you have a good day. Because, like, joke's on you. Your trigger finger is faster from all the Warcraft 1 micro. Oh, yeah, dude. like reaction time and all that kind of stuff. So where'd you get up to in the game? What part of the story? Just need to do some things on my end. Be right back. Alright, so just need to open up my actual browser for Twitch. Because when I stream from my laptop certain games, I don't have chat open in a web browser. I just have chat open in OBS. Oh, nice. Schiller is actually live. Cool. Schillerlock, he's playing through GTA 5. Cool. All right. Well, that'll work out well. So I'll just load up his stream. There we go. Set that up. All right. So before I raid out, I want to give some shout outs. Would like to definitely recommend people check out Absolution, who's been doing some IRL streams lately, Dr. Ronnie, who has been doing his first ever playthrough of Ghost of Tsushima, Inmita, who's been doing his first ever playthrough of God of War Ragnarok, Foxenheim, who's playing through Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver 2, the remastered version that came out recently, Gizlek, who is doing Assassin's Creed Syndicate, Crocodiles, who's playing through Assassin's Creed 1. He is doing that as part of a historical order run, playing games that are set all the way up until the 1940s. Mr. Gote, who is a streamer of games like Banish's Ghost of New Eden. Shillerlock, who we're about to raid out to, he's playing GTA 5. Shaky Johnson, who has been doing WWE SmackDown Here Comes the Pain. And Shin the Ninja Penguin, who is doing Persona 3 Reload. So definitely recommend checking out those streamers if you haven't before. That's okay, dudes, no trouble at all. Thank you very much as well. Because they basically stopped right before the asylum. Oh, very nice. The soothing syrup. That asylum special kill, though. Pretending to be a cadaver. Oliver Law? Dudes, yeah, you should expect a lot. Gizlek did the first two train missions, and Spring Hill Jack. Oh, him. Yeah, that's annoying, especially the optional objective where you can't touch the ground at that part. Thank you, dudes, for redeeming a random Assassin's Creed quote. Thank you very much. Oh, that's okay, Oliver. That's no trouble at all. I'm glad that you enjoy the streams, and thank you so much for being here too, as well. Hey there, Alve. Welcome on in. Yo, it is Tom the Braider. But what is this? Is he ending? Absolutely. Almost a 10-hour stream. I didn't want to go too much longer, but there was a certain point I wanted to get up to. I didn't get up to the exact certain point, but I got up to a level before it. But that's all good. I'll definitely be able to finish this game tomorrow as well. Before you go, I have a question for you. Of course. What is the truth? We place faith in ourselves. We see the world the way it really is, and hope that one day all mankind might see the same. What is the world, then? An illusion, one which we can either submit to, as most do, or transcend. What is it to transcend? To recognize nothing is true and everything is permitted, that laws arise not from divinity but reason. I understand now that our creed does not command us to be free, it commands us to be wise. There we go. That is a bit of the conversation between Al-Mualim and Altair from Assassin's Creed 1. Thanks for redeeming that, dudes. Because, like, by the way, as of recently, you have Sly 1, 2, and 3 purchasable for PS4 and 5. No cloud gaming anymore. The OG Sucker Punch PS2 versions. You better believe you'll play Cadaver. That is really cool, Gizlek. You know, I've never played any of those games before. I haven't really seen much of the first one either, as well. I think I might have seen a bit of you play one of them too, but I can't remember which one. But that's cool that they've got the OG versions as well. And that's cool, Giz. Like, yeah, it's just so funny. It's even really funny too if you just let it go. Like, you can't do the kill anymore, obviously, because he's like, I know it's you, Jacob, but yeah. They, goddamn, you're crazy. You could max do 6 hours. Yeah, yeah. Sometimes the time goes by too as well. Like, I didn't realize it was almost 10-hour stream. Dude, you could do 6 max and you should be high as fuck. Because like the first one from back when it got re-released for PS4 and 5, emulated of course. Oh, I got you, Giz. Like, so was the first one. Yeah, it's an interesting concept though, playing as a raccoon that's a thief. I mean, then again, you remember doing a stream that went on for about 14 hours. Oh yeah, the most I've done is 18 hours actually, but I could never do like more than that. Like a 24-hour stream, no way. There's a general raid message that people can feel free to copy and paste. I've also got a raid message for subscribers as well. We're going to go and raid out to Shillerlock, who is playing through GTA 5. So I'm going to put in the Lara Croft emotes that I've got. Classic Lara, and make sure I copy and paste. Oh, reach the character limit. Better make sure that it doesn't say that, because otherwise people who copy the raid message won't get the full message, because it won't let me post it. Alright, there we go. Make sure I've pasted it. There we go. Alright. And there we go. The 18 hours. Yeah, it was actually Assassin's Creed 3 Remastered when that first came out, because I really wanted to get the playthrough done, and I just pulled a really long stream, and it was like, oh, couldn't believe it. Oliver, easy, easy peasy, absolutely. Are you actually surprised you made it to your stream today? You usually only have time on weekends. Oh, that is cool, Are that you're able to, catch a little bit of the stream. On the weekend, I've got a different game that I want to do, and then because I definitely will finish this game tomorrow. I'll only need another stream day for Tomb Raider. Then I've got to think about what game to do next week as well. Just want to thank everyone so much for watching the stream. I really appreciate it a lot. If you see me streaming Tomb Raider again, then you know it's become Friday here. And I hope that everyone has a good rest of the day or night, whichever the case may be. and catch you next time. Oh, that's all good in Meta for the stream. Same to you as well, Ave. No worries at all for the stream. Been fun watching. See you in Meta. Have a good one, dude.